to get a notification saying that recording is in progress, so click OK. Please mute your microphones when the instructors are speaking to avoid disruptions. For Q&A, we're going to use a Word document. I'll show you that in a second. About every 30 minutes, we'll go through that. We'll also use the chat window to share links, etc. I've already used it to share the wiki link. I'll paste it in there again now for people who have just arrived. If you raise your hand, so you use the reactions to raise your hand down the bottom, make sure you lower it again. We'll keep an eye on that between myself and Tashi so we know if people are sticking their hand up. If you've got any questions pertinent to what I'm discussing or what Tashi's discussing at the time, feel free to put your hand up. I'll ask you to unmute and ask your question. You don't have to wait to the end of a session. If it's pertinent to what's being discussed or you've got some other input, feel free. This isn't a session on how you have to do things, right? This is a discussion. There are more than one way to do logging. There's more than one way to do ticketing. These are just based on our experiences and what we've learned over time. And of course, any problems at all trying to get into the Zoom sessions, either let somebody in the core comm know or send an email to training@apnic.net. We can also get you in there as well if we need to. If something does go wrong, close your Zoom session and just rejoin. So session timing, this is all based on my time here, GMT +10. So we'll be going for about an hour and a half. We'll have a 15-minute break. Then we'll go for another hour. And then you can have, then we think we're breaking for lunch. There'll be a 1 hour break there. And then we've got another 1.5 hour session at the end. So I mentioned this Word document. So if you follow the link on the wiki page, I'll take you over there now. So this is our wiki page. Let me zoom that in a bit. On the wiki page is this link down here. This Ask Questions here expires 3rd of November. So this will be read write until the 3rd of November. After that, it goes read only. If you already have a Microsoft account, you may have to open this in incognito mode, but it should be okay. So on this Word document, once it zooms in, we'll be doing lab assignments there. But down the bottom, you can ask your questions and we will go back through and review those during the session. Also, here is a link to a Discord server. So when we're doing labs, we'll ask you to do your chat with your lab partners and the other people on your jump host off that Discord server, not in Zoom chat. It's easy to share screenshots and everything else in Discord. And we can also set up voice channels if you'd rather do that as well. So can everybody get to that Word document and can everybody get to the wiki link? Give me a thumbs up or a green tick if you can do that. So go to reactions. If you can get to those pages, give me a green tick. Thumbs up. Yep. Good. 2, 3. You want to do that? You know them, I don't. Yep, mics are on.
All right, folks, before Dave moves on to the content, am I audible? You guys can hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep. Cool.
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Manoj. Just wanted to quickly introduce our 2 local co-trainers from the btNOG team who have joined me and Dave to help with this delivery. First up, Manoj, who has been busy not only with this tutorial, but with the whole NOG arrangement. So Manoj, there is Manoj. He has turned on his camera, folks. So Manoj will be one of the local co-trainers with us. Next up, we should have Sonam Tenjor, a friend from RUB. Sonam, are you on the call?
Yes.
There you go, Sonam, wherever he is, he's on the call. Sonam is on the call, so thanks a lot to Manoj and Sonam for helping Dave and me out because of time difference, it'd be quite late hours at our end, especially with labs. So we might hand it over to the 2 local gurus during the labs. And then we'll, of course, hopefully people can get their labs done. As much as possible, Dave and me will stick around to answer any queries. where we aren't around that document that Dave showed, that is your place. Please put it there and you can come back and read it. We will keep answering your questions there. So a quick intro to our two local guys. Thanks a lot once again. Back to you, sir.
Thank you. Focus back on that window. A little bit of advertising, btNOG Academy. So the btNOG Academy is our online platform for training, webinars, virtual labs. So feel free to go and sign up over there and partake in some of the training that btNOG has to offer in terms of self-paced, as well as come to some of our webinars that are run by external, or we invite external third-party subject matter experts. We've got one coming up shortly on Fast Netmon. So for those of you that are doing BGP, Fast Netmon would be an interesting one for you. That's coming up in November. Also within the Academy, it is multilingual. We are gradually increasing the number of languages that are there. If you would like to see your local language and are able to help with translations, let us know. We can get you hooked up with the people to assist with that. We also have btNOG policy development. So quite often I hear from the Australian community, because I liaise with them an awful lot, and then they may not be happy with some of the things that we do. Hey, who's not on mute? Right. You may not be happy or may have ideas on how to make btNOG better. Participate in policy development, all right? And Apricot 2022. Make sure we've got call for papers is now open for this. Hopefully this will be the last virtual event we have to do for Apricot and btNOG conferences. So go and have a look. And if you've got something interesting you'd like to present at Apricot, the link is there. As usual, blog.btNOG8.net for any interesting articles, not just from us, again, from external people about things that are happening out on the internet, as well as our usual social channels. Now, let's get into the interesting stuff. Let me move that out of the way and open this one up. So all these slide decks are on the wiki, so you can go and get them and look at them.
It's on the site. I can see it on the edge.
Yes. Why has it gone over there? Let me just go and move that over there. Oh, don't know why. Let's escape that. Change monitors, and now it's not playing properly. Let me specify that one and let me run that. That should turn up. There we go. All right. Let's resize this so I can see chat. So we're going to start with doing a little bit of an intro to NMM and what NMM is actually about. Reopen that and reopen that. There we go. Excellent. So what we're going to cover is the basics of network monitoring management. Monitoring what, why, how. When we developed this content, we spoke to obviously people within btNOG. We spoke to some of our friends out in the community and said, well, we're developing this content. What would you rather us see? Would you rather us follow some sort of ITIL type framework, or would you rather something more function-based? So we went for the function-based approach because it seems to be that you can bend any process or any management style that you have to fit an ITIL framework or one of the other sort of monitoring frameworks. So we'll talk about monitoring. We'll talk about management. We'll talk about some best practices out of band. We'll talk about some tools, what's out there, and we'll also give you a bit of a glimpse into some of the software as a service type options that we have out there available to us now. So networks have changed a lot from probably when I started and probably some of the other more senior people in this room. I mean, if I look back at what my network was 15 years ago, I had a core router, I had a border router, I had a couple of, management servers, and that was about it. But as the internet has evolved and as what we do has evolved, we're now having to take into things like our cloud infrastructure. So I might have resources and workloads out in AWS or Google or DigitalOcean or wherever. I have a much bigger wireless footprint than I used to have. Finding a laptop with a network interface card these days is actually getting pretty difficult. So wireless is becoming important. COVID has taught us that remote users and VPNs are really important. We also have to start looking at monitoring these sorts of things, mobile devices. What about IoT, Internet of Things, or as someone else calls it, Internet of Stupid Things? Predominantly insecure, but that's another issue. And voice over IP. These are all things that we need to know are running, but we also have to have some sort of qualitative measure about what we're looking at with these services and with the devices that actually talk to it. So what used to be a simple network is no longer a simple network. The things I used to do or used to be able to look at and go, I know what this problem is because I only have 3 routers in my network, no longer exist. So as our networks have evolved, we've also had to think about different ways and different things we probably didn't need to look at and monitor before that we now need to look at. So even with all these changes, we still need to monitor. The thing is, we now need to monitor more. We need to look at more things, more devices, more metrics. So when we talk about what we need to monitor, we need to think about what's actually in our network. So let me turn my pen on here. So when we talk about the major network components, what are we talking about? Obviously, our routers, switches, firewalls, all of our load balancers, our physical servers, and the services that run on them. So what do we mean by those services? Things like your mail servers, your DNS. What other services? NTP, running NTP servers, web servers. So all of those things need some form of monitoring. But then you've got the underlying protocols that live for monitoring these things. So which one do we use where? SNMP, probably the oldest, what do I want to call it, standards-based monitoring tools. ICMP, yeah, we use that. We need to, ping, is something alive? Is a port alive? We get into more modern things like gRPC and NetFlow. So NetFlow just doesn't tell me what my interface is doing. It tells me what's going where. So that comes back to some of our quality measures, right? We're not just looking at the state of whether something is up or down, but we're actually looking at what is happening on that device. And if we look at the tools, some of you are probably already using some of these. So Libra NMS, which was a fork from Observium. Observium was a great dashboarding and monitoring tool in its time. Still exists, but a fork turned up called Libra NMS, and a lot of people jumped from Observium who didn't need the commercial support and went to Libra. Nagios is also popular. You've got a few advantages with Nagios over, say, something like Libra NMS. Things like agents that you can install on servers. You can monitor services more accurately with Nagios, and Cacti. We could keep going on. In fact, we will. There'll be a full list towards the end of all of these different tools that we have and the ways we can use them and what they can be useful for. So when we're talking about monitoring, what do we actually mean? So we're looking at something that's going to check the status of our network. Is my switch up? Are my interfaces up? Are my links up? Are my services running? Is my server running out of disk space? These are all things that we need to monitor and we need to look at. Once we know what we're getting, we can collect information and data to actually and store that information. So get those usage stats from our network interfaces. See if, if we've got a 10 gig link, is it sitting at 9.2 gig all day, every day? Do I need to upgrade it? So we get some sort of performance metrics, but we also want things like error conditions. Have I got a failed drive in a RAID array? Has that interface gone down? Am I seeing no light on one of my optics? These are all things that we need to know about in terms of error to keep our network reliable. Let us know if something is dying. So what should we be looking for? Things like throughput, latency, packet loss, bandwidth errors. We're talking about that quality measurement again. So I've got a 10G link to my IXP and I'm only seeing a gig of traffic, whereas I used to see 5. What happened there? Has something gone wrong from me? Has something gone wrong from one of my peers? Don't know. But we can see it. We can graphically see it. Latency. Me getting from here to Los Angeles. So from Brisbane to LA, my usual round trip time is about 120 odd milliseconds. If I see that latency jump to 260 milliseconds, what does it mean? By itself, it may not mean a lot. It may, if I look at the throughput or the bandwidth graph as well, I might be able to establish that, hey, I'm maxing out one of my links. I'm hitting capacity on my bandwidth, and I'm now getting latency on that because I'm queuing packets. Or it could mean there's a problem somewhere else on the internet and one of my upstreams is having an issue and they're routing my traffic via the west coast of Australia over to Japan and then over to the US. How do we find these things? Some of it's as simple as a ping. SNMP traps, where my devices will send data to my logging. Or my software goes and polls my devices with SNMP. I might use my vendor's API to extract data. Or it could be something as simple as logging coming from my devices. But with all that data coming in, where am I storing it? Am I going to stick it in the cloud? Am I going to keep it on-prem on my own servers? Am I going to use round-robin databases? Am I going to use time series databases? So we've got a few options there. But then we also have to work out, what do I indicate as a problem? What is normal in my network? What do I have to establish as normal in my network to indicate that I have a problem? What's normal on my network may not be normal on your network. So there is no hard and fast rule about your threshold for alerting. If you have your threshold set too low, you wind up with what I call alert fatigue. You're getting alert for every single thing that's happening in your network. You then start ignoring those alerts because you're just sick and tired of looking at them. So when you look at those sorts of things, you need to baseline your network. What is normal? Notifications, how can we do it? Multiple ways. We can use email, we can use SMS, we can use webhooks. We can use webhook to send something into Slack. We can use native integrations into other packages. You can use things like OpsGenie, etc., for on-call alerting. There's just a multitude of things that you can do on here. There is no right or wrong answer. It's what works for you, what works for your team and your business. There is no right answer here, but you do have to notify somebody. And that somebody has to be able to act on that notification. For instance, there's no point in sending a failed disk alert to a network team rather than the infrastructure team. Network team probably have no access to the hardware. So what's the point of them getting the alerts? So let's look at the management side of it. Management isn't just about tools, it's also about processes. So building the ticketing workflows, building the alerting workflows, actually having something written down somewhere that everybody knows and everybody can reference. If I have this is the action we take. Ideally, you want to try and automate your way into, dealing with the smaller stuff automatically. Breaking the network at scale, as I like to call automation now. Everyone remembers Facebook from 2 weeks ago, yeah? How to break a network at scale, throw automation in. But it's not just the tools, it's not just the applications. There is the people element still. There is always a people element. So make sure those processes are there. So network management, it involves quite a few things. We've got administration. So you've got something or somebody, usually both, tracking your network resources. You've actually got the operation of your network. So making sure everything works properly. Maintenance cycles, upgrades, fixes, etc. Juniper released about 5 new CVEs 2 days ago. I can guarantee a lot of you right now are probably planning scheduled maintenance outages. Rollback 1 is not a rollback plan. And provisioning. So actually standing up new resources. Not just network, server, infrastructure, links. So there's a lot of things involved in the management side that I have no doubt most of you are already doing, but you take it for granted because that's what you do. We all do that. So every network is different and no single system will solve all your problems or meet all your requirements. Unless you have a lot of time to spare to sit down and write something yourself, you are not going to find anything off the shelf in commercial or open source land that will meet every requirement you have. There is always a compromise somewhere, whether it be if you're going in a commercial option, the compromise is new features. Getting new features out of commercial software is not easy. You've also got the additional costs. If you go in open source land, there have been instances where breaking changes have not always been advertised and it breaks something. But your needs aren't always going to be the need of the developers. The developer will code for their needs or their identified needs and requirements. So just keep that in mind as you're developing your tool sets, as you're developing your processes. You may have to change your processes to deal with what your solutions can actually give you. So let's get a little bit more into monitoring. Touched on some of this already. So why do we monitor? Well, we want to get utilization on our resources. They cost us money. We want to try and get the best value we can out of those things. And we get historical data. So we can look at patterns and we can trend what's actually happening within our environment and plan ahead. So if I'm seeing again that my switch utilization or my switch backplane is starting to do a bit more buffering than it probably should, maybe it's time that I start upgrading some switches. Or if I'm on one of the big vendor platforms, pay the license fee to get that turned up, whatever it's going to be. We monitor so that we can, I'm going to keep hammering this one, establish our baseline. What is our normal? We don't know our normal. How do we know what's right and what's wrong? We also need to understand our performance matrices for capacity planning. Touched on that with option one, with the first one. If you're not tracking resource utilization, you've got no data, how can you actually do capacity planning? It also helps sysadmins and network admins identify problems before they become a big problem. So that low disk space warning on a SAN, let's fix that. Let's go contact NetApp and get that capacity upgrade because that's what we've chosen to do. So trying to stop the problems before they become real problems. By real problems, I mean P1, service down, customers are screaming at me. One of the things that is often overlooked is for finding the root cause. I used to drill into my engineers. They'd come to me with a problem, and so they'd say, oh, I've got this issue. I can't understand why I'm not able to do this. My first response was, have you looked at the logs? Have you looked to see what the logs are saying? Have you looked at the graphs? Have you checked to see if there's actually any alerts on that service? Have you checked with the vendor? Have you checked with the upstream? We have lots of things and lots of processes and procedures that we go through. Some, I've been doing this a long time, so a lot of it is just automatic. But not everybody has that ingrained in them. So learning early that you go to the logs to look at server or service related issues. 9 times out of 10, the error, Google the error, and someone else has seen it before. We will also use it for tracking configuration changes. So one of the other modules we do in the full NMM is Netbox. Netbox is an IPAM and full infrastructure management tool. Fantastic tool. You can automatically put things in there as you get new devices on your network, and you can use that as your source of truth for doing things like service provisioning, knowing what ports are free on your switches, knowing what VLANs you're using, what IP addresses you've handed out, etc. So being able to track those. What about router configuration changes? You've automated everything to the nth degree. Your network admins or your sysadmins can go into a web interface to provision a new service for a customer. When that service is added, it's going to make changes on some devices. We would need to get backups of those so we can actually see what those configuration changes were. And security threats. So looking at things like your firewall logs, your service logs, your server logs. Someone's gotten past your firewall. They're talking to one of your Linux hosts on port 22. Okay, your firewall may not trigger it, but the unauthorized login attempts on your server should. So looking at those things like security threats. So what do we monitor? Do we monitor everything? Do we monitor critical? Hardware. We should be monitoring our network devices and our servers. So switches, routers, wireless access points, controllers, and our servers, whether they be internal, critical infra, they all need to be monitored. What about the services that are running on those servers? So monitor our DNS, monitor our DHCP. Make sure you've still got a free pool within your DHCP servers. Monitor your web servers, monitor your mail servers. What about your application layers? On-prem, things you're hosting, your SQL databases, etc. Whether they be on-prem or in the cloud. Once we're on our devices, underlay versus overlay. Underlay. So routers, our IGP, OSPF, ISIS. As we all know that if our IGP breaks, things like BGP breaks, our EGPs, EVPN, VXLAN, OMP, etc. But that gives us down to our 4 things. Availability. What are we really looking at here? Uptime. Is my server available? Is the service running on that available? So I'm not just monitoring the pings on that server, I'm actually looking at whether or not port 443 is responding and it's actually giving me something other than 500 internal server error, for instance. Reliability. So we're looking at things like jitter, latency, round trip times, etc. So making sure that what we're doing is reliable. Capacity. Looking at the traffic and the port utilization. Are my 10 gig, 40 gig, 100 gig ports being heavily utilized and being smashed? Am I seeing a lot of traffic going to a specific peer or a specific network? Maybe I need to talk to them about doing a bilat at one of the IXs. And performance doesn't just relate to servers. Things like CPU and memory on your routers. All of a sudden, one of our friends from 6939 turns up at a IX near me, and they throw 180K routes at me that I wasn't expecting on a router that I hadn't scoped up for that. Speaking from experience here, it happened here in Australia. 6939 turned up at IX Australia in Perth, unannounced, and just threw 190,000 routes at the route server. The router I had over there was not really scoped to deal with that, so I had to drop their routes, but I probably should have done that anyway. Should have already had a filter set up for that. But that spiked my CPU, spiked my memory, and left me in a horrible, horrible state of BGP hold timers expiring because my network table never converged before the next hold timer expired. Anyway, we learned from our mistakes, and that's performance. So how do we monitor? Oh, look, there's plenty of things, like I said, you're probably already doing. Ping, that's an easy one. SNMP trap. So where my device sends a notification to my SNMP device. Or we flip it around. My Observium server or my Libra NMS server is polling my devices. Syslog. Sending logs from all my devices to a log collector. We'll be doing a log collection lab. CDP, LDP. I question that one. One of the things I usually advise people do is to turn off CDP and LLDP unless you absolutely desperately need it. But can be handy for doing things like topology discovery on your network. NetFlow, that's going to tell us what's actually happening with our traffic, with our network, and things like APIs. So I might be able to query my devices, query my firewalls to get things, or my switches or my routers, depending on what they have. So we have our source, and we've got a bit of a flow here. So from our devices, we can send traps. So that's our SNMP traps. We also have our collectors here. So our SNMP collector will be polling my devices. Metrics polling, what am I talking about? NetFlow. Might be talking about API, could be talking about my pings. This is all metrics-based polling. Then from those collectors, we can pump them into some sort of network management system. And then we can visualize that information, say in a dashboard. So if we I'll jump over really quickly to the wiki, and I've actually got a link here. Oh, no, I don't. Let's quickly grab it. There's a so anybody can go and have a look at this. It's at demo.libranms.org. But this is a visualization and dashboarding tool. Sure, it's just demo. I'm not going to save that. But in the overview, you can actually scale, you can actually put whatever widgets you need on here. But here we have a syslog. We've got some top device data for traffic. We've got some top interfaces, and we've got a status thing, which is always handy. You can aggregate data from your different devices and push it in there. But you can actually drill down into specific devices. So you can categorize your devices, whether they be firewall, network, or server. Again, you can create your own categories with Libra, quite nice. They've got no, oh, they have got a firewall there. So, you know, people have set up some demos and you can actually drill into the device, look at the interfaces, etc. So that's just an example of one of the sort of visualization and dashboarding type things you can do. So let's talk about the management stuff. So why do we manage? You want to try and get the best efficiency out of your kit. That's in short. We also, this one's becoming really important, security and threat detection. As our workforces become more and more mobile, no longer are your end users sitting at your office on their workstations behind your corporate firewall. They're sitting at home behind their NAT gateways, which doesn't have that. So security and threat detection becomes really important. And network upgrade visibility. So we need to know what's happening. We need to know what we need to upgrade. So what do we manage? Pretty much the same thing as what we monitor. We manage our network resources, our routers, switches, etc. All of our systems, our power systems, that one's often overlooked. If you're an ISP and you do manage CPE devices, you would want to monitor those as well. Your storage layer, again, I've said this before, you know, monitor and manage your storage. You can fix those problems usually before they become a big problem, providing if you set your storage up properly. So how to manage? So this little table here talks about the appropriate standards, the resources, etc., and the technology. So SNMP is an IETF standard. It uses these things called OIDs. Those OIDs are in their own data model called MIBs. These are vendor specific most of the time. There are some standard IETF MIBs and OIDs. The structure is an IETF standard, but how a vendor implements that is up to them. For instance, Arista do not have an OID for secondary IP addresses on interfaces. You have to use another way of extrapolating that data. Management options, so SNMP, that's your only option. And it's UDP and it's BER encoded. NetConf is where life starts getting interesting. NetConf is an IETF standard. And again, there are vendor implementations as well. It uses basically an XML output using what's called a Yang model, yet another next generation. It's XML, and we can get that either via SSH, which seems to be pretty common in router land, or a dedicated TCP port. So we're starting to get a bit old school now. That was under the World Wide Web Consortium. Fortunately, it's dying an interesting death. Not much is still being done in the SOAP world. If you've got some old kits, it might be. And RESTconf. So again, this is another Yang modeling, but it's based around HTTP operations. Any questions so far? We all good? Give me a thumbs up if we're fine. I haven't put you to sleep yet. Fantastic. So
It's a question, is it recommended not to shift from NMM version 1 Libra to NMM version 2 elk?
okay, you're talking about two different things here.
I'll cover that.
We'll cover that.
During long management.
Yeah, so Tash, you'll talk about that during log management. So we touch a fair bit on those specific packages there. So best practices. Now, this is not necessarily a documented best practice. This is things that we've collected from around the internet, from our own experience, as well as other networks that we talk to. We consulted with a lot of people about this. This one, I said, I've hit this one about 4 or 5 times, baseline. Know what your normal network behavior looks like. You don't know what normal is. How do you know when something's broken or operating out of spec? Escalation matrix. Make sure that if I don't have the knowledge, I know who I need to talk to or who I need to pass it on to, which team needs to look at something. Make sure it's a documented process. Having who's dealt with Cisco TAC in the last 6 months? Put your hand up if you've dealt with Cisco TAC in the last 6 months.
No one?
No one. Am I the only person who has a problem with Cisco at the moment? I can tell you now, Cisco have been consolidating their tax and it's become rather fun. The escalation matrix through Cisco is horribly broken at the moment, and I feel sorry for you if you have to deal with them, especially SmartNet at the moment. Anyway, layered breakdowns. What do we mean by layered breakdowns? So when something is happening, we have different people, different things, different intercept layers of whether it be technology or human. So we're not relying on one thing to do something. Make sure you implement things like high availability, not just in your platforms and your services, but also in your monitoring. I only just turned off a couple of out-of-band canaries I had running out on the internet for my last job that would monitor a couple of critical things from the outside. If I lose all of my transit links, and it has happened, if I've lost all my transit links, how can my internal run network monitoring and management alert me to that? So having other options from an external monitoring perspective to let you know when certain critical things go down. So my point-to-point link with my transit provider, I would monitor my transit provider's side of that link. So if it went down, I knew it was their problem, not mine. And capacity planning and growth. What's the point of collecting all this data if you don't use it for good and useful things? So speaking of management, out of band. This one is often overlooked. If your network is down, how do you get into your network to restart your network or fix the thing that's broken? So an out of band network is as it says, it's outside of your management control. So I might use, and quite often did, I'd talk to the guy in the rack next to me who was also an ISP and say, hey, can I get a 10 meg link from you? I'll give you a 10 meg link. Just a couple of point to points. And that way I've got a way of getting into my gear when stuff is down on my side. So it's a separate network that I can use to manage my infrastructure.
Anyone here on this call for BT?
There should be some BT people in here.
Any BT people? Since Dave is talking about out-of-band management, we didn't have out-of-band management and someone nearly lost their job. We had to come up with a hack. Anyone here from BT? A raise of hand. Ganesh, cool. So let me, Dave, okay for me to share this story?
Yep, please do.
I have shared this with Dave many times. what happened? SANOG was happening in Bhutan. They SANOG 23, probably 2014. We had a London POP. We have 2 transit routers those days. We had 2 transit routers sitting in London. Had asked one of my engineers, I won't name names because they're still up there in BT. Asked them to go ahead and upgrade a Cisco iOS. Since we had Singapore and Hong Kong POP, we were like, go ahead, do London, do it. I think the guy did the right thing, right? Uploaded the image without telling us, deleted the previous image, and pointed the boot system flash towards the new image, rebooted the router. Now, the problem with any ASR router is you need to look at your route processor. Some are single processors, some are dual RP. We had dual RP hardware or chassis, but the image he uploaded was a single route processor image. So it was caught in a boot cycle, right? So imagine SANOG is happening, all the delegates are down. Jitsen sir was still my boss that time. Many of you know Jitsen sir, he'll eat you up live, right? And that pressure where London's router is not reachable, we don't have any out of band. We had some modems sitting there. We had terminal modems that we wanted to get dial-up connections from, but we were never allowed to travel to London to set that up. So we never had out of band management. So you feel the pain, right? One of your transit router is down, and that is the transit router that connects to the links peering LAN. So pretty much you lose a big chunk of your traffic that was coming into the country because that router is caught in a boot cycle. I have my TR2, which has the transit links, but it was a very minimal transit link from Zayo. So how do you suppose we can now, I can manage that box because I don't have out of band management. So should I have gone to Jitsen Norbu and said, can I fly to London tonight? And from Bhutan, it's not like I can pick up a flight ticket and go to London, right? I have to fly to somewhere which is a hub and then only go to London to fix that. So think of that, right? These are real problems. You don't have to think London, right? Think even in Bhutan, you might have POP sitting somewhere in the southern border. You might have a POP somewhere up there that serves the nomads up there. You really don't want to have to travel up there to go fix things, right? The way my job was saved was probably because of Masan, because that was when I learned the concept of reverse telnet, right? Where I could telnet myself from my TR2, provided I had a connection between my console and auxiliary of the other. So it's out of band, it's a pure out of band console interface dedicated for that. So like Dave said, people focus so much on spending money on fancy tools, but we
Forget this one.
forget this. And this is critical, right?
So, and I've had to use out of band management quite a few times. And don't be embarrassed, because in my opinion, you learn from your mistakes. Now, the big ones you really learn from. Who here has actually gone to set up a switch port on a Cisco switch specifically, set up a trunk port, assigned a VLAN, then went and assigned another VLAN and forgot to put the word switch port trunk allowed VLAN add? I've done it. I shut down my core network for all of 11 minutes. 11 minutes it took me to get back. Yeah, everyone's done it. Exactly. You only make that mistake once, but that's when you realize the value of your out of band management. That particular instance, I actually did have out of band management, but our console server that we had in the data center at the time had a firmware update, something had gone wrong with it, and we were going to fix it next time we went in. Well, guess what? I went to the data center that day, had to reload the startup config back into that switch so I could get the rest of the network back up. And while I was there, I fixed the console server. So that out of band management aspect is so important. And as Tashi said, it's often overlooked. So what about techniques and tools? We have this concept of agent-based and agentless monitoring. So what's agent-based? Nagios. I want to install, I want to monitor one of my servers. I don't want to rely on SNMP data coming from my Linux host. I actually want something on there that's going to look at my server, look at the applications, look at the services that are running there. So that's an example of an agent-based tool. Agentless, I'm polling or I'm SNMP trapping. I'm not installing any extra software on that device to get that data. My software is doing it through a known protocol. Internal and external monitoring. Don't just trust the internal. I gave you the example. I was until today still getting canary alerts for my upstream WAN links for my old job. I turned them off today because it just makes me nervous looking at them. And centralized and decentralized network management. What do we mean by that? One monolithic tool to monitor them all, or am I using multiple things in multiple places to achieve either the same target or get different metrics and different bits of alerting or notification data? So these are, like we said earlier, you and your environment. SaaS-based, so software as a service, this is becoming popular for people with deep pockets. We have a fairly large managed services industry here in Australia. So managed service providers, companies without their own IT staff farm out their IT work to a third party. Pretty common, outsourcing at a domestic level. The nice thing about SaaS is a lot of the pricing around SaaS is designed with a minimal get-in, and you pay either per device, per site, per something. Some of the really bad ones charge you based on metrics, number of nodes, number of metrics you want to monitor. PRTG, for instance, I don't understand their pricing model, but anyway. So the nice thing about it is you don't have to monitor it and maintain it. Not saying don't use it, but I'm saying it can be part of your solution. If it's SaaS, it means it's generally outside of your network. So SaaS is great for monitoring those external type services. The whole pay-as-you-go thing is very attractive to a lot of people who have good operational expenditure budgets and not much CapEx. So being able to spend and scale as you grow, it's great. It doesn't work for everybody. Some will let you do on-prem. A lot of them these days are cloud only. And we've given you a couple of tools to look at. I used to use that one quite well within the MSP side of our business. Use it for monitoring customer networks where I didn't have to stand up, additional servers, so it's quite handy. Logic Monitor was another one I looked at, didn't like it. But yeah, there's a couple of others there. But basically they all work around the same sort of model. So you'll install an agent on a server within that network, and it will go out and probe the network, report back. It uses LLDP and CDP to go and find things. Yes, these are all paid services. So Logic Monitor have got a free tier, but it's very limited. I haven't looked at New Relic's pricing. Orvic most certainly is. Status Cake has a free tier as well, but it's fairly limited. I promised you a list of resources and tools, and here they are. I'm not going to go through them all, but they are there in the PDF. You can look at them yourself. So what next? NSRC call this NMM 2.0, right? So there's the classic way of monitoring, which is what I grew up on, and then there's the new way. The legacy way required things like SNMP get, trap, SNMP set, never, ever, ever, ever. Please don't use this. SNMP set is your absolute last resort of management. I would rather hack up an expect script to go and push a config than use SNMP set. So we're telling you about it. Just be careful. There are some devices like specific Hewlett Packard and Fuji printers where you may need to use SNMP set to turn on certain features or turn off certain features. So it's not going to go away. but it's in that instance, it is your only option. The modern way, or what we're calling 2.0, NMM 2.0, things like API, webhooks, so many things now have a programmability aspect to them. Model-driven telemetry, so using things like netconf and restconf to extract data and then feed that into some form of telemetry tool. Time series databases, so things like InfluxDB, which feed into Grafana, etc. RESTconf, we're pulling things, and OpenConfig. Like to see more OpenConfig, there ain't much out of it because the vendors don't want to do that.
So while Dave is still here, I think we should answer that question in the document, which say NMM 2.0. But you, whoever wrote that, you assumed ELK was 2.0. It is not, right?
Nope.
What we mean by 2.0 is, Dave and our joke is what? I would not fly ever in my life if an aeroplane was, the pilot had SNMP feed instead of real telemetry on the flaps, on the fuel, on what the altitude was, because by the time the pilot receives it, it's already 5 minutes late. By the time the pilot reacts, he might be reacting to a wrong thing. That's already, the event has already moved on and changed, right? So NMM second version is trying to make sense of things real time, right? First, that's critical, but real time is now what? It's streaming, right? It's more a telemetry. It's not our classic SNMP polling every 5 minutes. Here is a snapshot of what it was 5 minutes ago. That for us is 2.0, not ELK, the tool itself, because ELK, think of it, break it into pieces, right? Exactly. You have your Elasticsearch, which is an indexing tool, right? You have your Logstash, which actually normalizes, trims, filters, things. And then you have the beats out there, right? And then you finally have a visualization tool called Kibana, right? Now, if you have a cloud kind of infrastructure, again, now before we go into anything, I think you guys need to differentiate two things, right? One is what's called events, one is what's called metric, let's say, right? And that's why I think Dave, before he kicked off this session, Dave tried to discuss things like what, why, how, right? That's the essence of how we are approaching NMM. Many people might approach it differently through a framework, whatever. And the what part you need to understand, right? If you want to do events, do you want to rely on SNMP to wait for an event that's 5 minutes too late? Or do I want even notifications to come to me immediately so that I can react immediately, right? Or metrics. For metrics, I don't even care whether you use fancy tools like ELK or whether you use the classic Libra NMS, because I know what I want to see. Latency wise, I need to only see this. Throughput wise, I need to only see this. Latent packet drop wise, maybe here is a base threshold that I have. Anything above that or below that depends if you inverse your logic. Anything above or below that, you should have an alerting or a notification which says, hey, your usual 95th percentile traffic is 10G, but today you have 82 gig. What the hell is happening? You go and analyze that. Maybe it's an Apple update. Maybe it's a Microsoft update, but that's what prompts you to go and investigate. So you need to differentiate between events, between metric. For metric, who cares whether you still use MRTGs, whether you still use PRTGs, Libra NMS, NAGUs, Cacti, totally fine for the purpose because it serves that purpose, right? Whereas if you want things like, what is that? A stats, let's say.
Yes.
If I want to know where the source of that request comes from or where I'm feeding a content, maybe I want to know which ASN it came from, through which ASN it passed through. I might need a, what's that, Sankey chart or Sankey diagram. Yes, for that, I might want to rely on Kibana. Kibana has beautiful heat maps. So purpose, right? Because it's one thing, it looks fancy, great, but do you have the resource to scale this?
And it's hungry.
It's hungry, right?
It needs a lot of disk and a lot of CPU.
So yeah, like Dave said, actually it's Belk, it's not elk.
That's right, it's Belk.
It's Belk, right? Beads is your so-called agent, right? Not one piece, again, multiple pieces, right? Heartbeats.
What
Packet
am I sending SNMP? That's
Yeah.
one beat. Am I sending in logs from this device? That's a different
That's
beat.
different.
Am I sending in NetFlow? That's another beat. So everything is a collector.
Yeah, so beat is actually, that's a beautiful word. Beat is nothing but a collector. It needs to sit attached to the source so that it can keep feeding.
And it normalizes it as it feeds it into the log stash.
Yeah. So beats has options, right? Either I feed it to Logstash because Logstash has filtering tools, filter it, or you don't want to filter it.
Start straight to
You can
Elasticsearch.
throw it straight into Elasticsearch for analysis, right?
Mm.
And for indexing, because Elasticsearch has its own indexing logic. And together you can feed that off to your fancy visualization tool called Kibana, right?
And I'd always have my Kibana heat maps up anytime my salespeople are bringing in new clients.
Yeah.
You know, they go, oh, what's this pretty world map up here? And it was like big red spots all over Russia. I said, oh, that's traffic coming from Russia. We always flag that because none of my users should be getting stuff from Russia. So they're probably trying to get in,
all
you
the
know.
crown prince of Nigeria.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So guys, so whoever asked that question, please do not confuse tools and what the purpose it serves, right? So do not classify things as this is NMM 2.0. No, we could.
Elk can do as basic as
Yes.
Libra NMS.
Exactly.
It's just a bigger, heavier tool.
Exactly. So NMM 2.0 for us is real-time streaming, right? Telemetry streaming, Netconf, which is what abstraction, so that you look at things and interact through one single way of interacting with them, right? And based on an event that my device throws at me, how can I react to that? So that is NMM 2.0, right? Where things are, that's where you talk about model-driven telemetry, and Google, of course, goes gRPC. The industry would go a bit different. Again, that's what they were saying, that Yang, there are just too many Yangs out there for us to make sense, right? API, nothing new there, right? Like they were saying, people have been doing this programmability for a while. Again, we are not asking you to program things. We are saying there's an open interface through which I can interact and I can pull data based on how I consume it. I don't have to wait for him to give me a proprietary interface so that I can hook onto that one. So API is a beautiful way of me using any tool. Dave could be using a different tool. We're allowed to at least attach ourselves to that, pull what we want and consume it the way we want. So that's where NetConf, model-driven telemetry for us, I think that is NMM 2.0, not ELK or Libra.
Someone's got their hand up.
Yes, please.
Ask away. I can see a hand. I just don't know who it is.
Ugin Somo,
Yeah.
Madam Ugin Somo, if you can ask the
Oh, yes.
question, please.
Sure, go for it.
Again?
Ugin Somo.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't have to.
Hey, Eugen, do you want to turn on your mic? We can help unmute you. La. Manoj?
I think that was a mistake from our side, I think.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Could
Um,
be because, yeah.
That's right. Let me lower all hands.
Yeah. So whoever asked that question, does Dave and my semi-rant, semi-thing answer that question about, please do not get confused. I think the fault lies with the likes of APNIC, us, and NSRC, because for us, it might be, hey, this is the second generation of our course. And you might assume this is the second generation of network management and monitoring. So I hope that helps clarify.
Any other question? Questions, comments, observations? Yep. All right, let me just open up the next slide deck for my co-presenter.
I may not follow the slides, folks. The slides is for you to read. I might do some abstract
What deck
diagrams.
is that one? Why have I not got that?
Good attendance today.
Yes, very good attendance.
42.
Let me just quickly jump over here. I thought I-
Manoj, is it the price that's bringing more attendance?
Just jump over here. I thought I had it.
Or I can use the wiki.
Is this the latest one? Yeah, it looks like it.
Below
Hello,
that.
Tashi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Tashi is me, Sonam.
Oh, yes, Sonam. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to break the ice so that discussion can be fruitful on whatever has been covered. So I have
Yeah.
one suggestion or just whatever it is. As from an point of view, which one do you, or as you know that we have been working on this NNN, and then I just wanted to ask, which version do you like to advise us or the users of the Bhutan, especially Bhutan? Because last time when I was covering the workshop on this so-called NNN2, which is a bit complicated as compared to NNN1, what we consider to be. So I just wanted to know which version do you like to advise, or should we move together, or should we use both? Just
It's look, it's
That's what we will.
for me, it comes down to the tool for the job, right? If you only need to monitor interface bandwidth, for instance,
Mhm.
I'm not going to go and stand up an elk stack to do that because it's overkill, overpowered, over everything, over resourced. Compared to Libra NMS,
Yeah.
which is quite, well, relatively speaking, lightweight.
Yeah.
It's still using older RRD
Yes.
databases,
Yeah.
but it does the job and it works well for what it does. You can trigger alerts from it.
Good integration.
Good integration these days with a lot of things, nice weather mapping, lots of nice little add-ons. So it does come down to what you want to capture, right? There's, like I said, there's no right way, there is no wrong way. It's what works for you. If you've got a nice big heavy tool that can do everything for you, and you've got enough resources to actually run that tool, go for it.
Exactly. Sonam, in your case, since you're more, Sonam, let's forget the traditional physical on-prem infra, right? Sonam, in your case, let's say, in your case, Sonam, since you run tons of clusters, right? Be it Canity clusters, be it Kubernetes clusters, for you, maybe even Elk doesn't even serve that purpose. Maybe you need to go the Grafana route, right? Because if you compare Elk or the Elastic group and the Grafana folks, Grafana is tailored actually for a very cloud native infrastructure, right? So what Dave said makes sense. And that's how we are approaching our NMM course or the content right from the development phase to delivery phase. We are not trying to differentiate from others. All we are saying is the what part matters a lot. What do I want to monitor and why do I need that? Right?
The what and the why answer the how.
And that dictates your how. So that dictates the how is the tool. Right? So what do I want to monitor? Why do I want to monitor that? Right? Example, if you have clusters, do you want to see horizontal traffic between your clusters, or do you want to see the hit ratio or the load on individual pods within your cluster, right? If your purpose is that, then maybe you need to explore a tool that helps you with that, right? Whereas knowing Bhutan, knowing the kind of network people, 90% of the networks are very enterprisey networks, office networks, maybe with branches scattered across the country. All you are monitoring perhaps is, hey, is the throughput looking okay? Is the uptime looking okay? Is the interface flapping, example? For those out, like Dave said, if that's the what part I want to do, metrics, I would still stick to And that's why we still want to teach Libra NMS as a part of our NMM course. We want to teach that, right?
It still has value.
Still has value. So I guess, folks, for everyone in this room, I think you need to try and answer the what and the why part first before you even go and think of the how part, right? How is the tool? So while the bulk stack or the elastic stack is beautiful, it has so many feature sets, right? Rich, but do you need that much? Right? Because just to run that, you might actually end up with quite a bit of budgeting requirement because you need.
Well, I ran a relatively small network, and my elk stack at the end of the day was a glorified NetFlow collector and log collector.
And a log collector.
And that was pretty much it. But I had to split my databases up because my NetFlow data was so huge, I could only keep a rolling 7 days worth of data. So we used to use that predominantly for fault finding.
Mm-hmm.
So something's happened, we all know what customers are like. A customer will report a problem and go, oh yeah, yesterday we had this issue. Oh, okay. So now I need to go back in time a little bit, work out what happened, and NetFlow was handy for that. And I could also look at those logs. I could keep logs for 3-4 years as logs aren't big. But it comes down to the data types and the intervals that you're polling at or collecting at. So if you've got your NetFlow samples set way too high, then you're going to be getting a lot of traffic.
So yeah, so now we don't want to be prescriptive, honestly, with our suggestions with regards to tools. Instead, we would like everyone to maybe rethink how you manage your network, right? Try and answer before you even go invest your energy, money, and time. Talk amongst yourself, within your team. Hey, we run this, we provide this service. What should we be monitoring? Example, if you guys are a data center, your record monitoring needs are very different to IXP, right? What if Dave runs a series of application services, right? His requirement would be totally different. If he's a web hosting company, that'd be totally different, right? If I have a very popular website like facebook.com, I want to monitor a lot. It'll be very different to a normal website monitoring, right? It won't just be the visits that come. It just won't be. Instead, the way Google and Facebook, they monitor metrics like how long was the person online, right? And that's where we all know that 6 seconds is our patience before we move on to the next. So Sonam, sorry, but we do not necessarily have a prescriptive answer. So does that make sense, Sonam?
Yes, yes.
Cool. All right, let's do log management quick, maybe 20 minutes.
And then have a break.
And then let's have a break, right? Can everyone see the slides?
It should be good.
Yes.
Can everyone?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Cool. Moving on.
Yep. You've got to hit it more towards there for some reason. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, that's right. There we go.
All right. Log management, trainer name, you know us. Sorry, I apologize, folks. So here is the agenda, but before we jump into the agenda and other bits, right? I think Dave has pretty much covered what I also wanted to talk with regards why logs are critical. And this pretty much feeds into the whole NMM framework, right? Logs in the old days, again, I'm still on the table of content page, I know, but logs in the old days or in the early days were pretty much for developers, maybe to fix bugs. They could have errors that they see. They would pretty much rely on the logs. If I am a port committer, let's say for FreeBSD or any Linux forums, whatever I build, I might want to monitor any errors that come. That error could give me so basically I want to mix and match. For me, logs are nothing but event notifications at an abstract level, right? Whether you guys agree or not, that's a different thing. But logs for me are event notifications. Event notifications like what? Right from the moment you boot a system, events happen, things happen. This process gets hooked, this process starts, right? All those are individual events within, let's say, a particular operating system. and each of them sends a notifications. I started, I'm running okay, I'm dead, right? So those kind of event notifications are what we term as log messages, right? And like I said, in the early days, it was pretty much for developers and mostly for IT ops folks, right? The IT ops folks, and you will see that in the early days, you will see all these correlation engines that are now open source. Those days were not open source. People would want to sell those to call centers or help desks for correlation of events. All these different events happening across my network. Some could be servers, some could be nodes, network nodes, some could be applications. I don't know how to make sense of them. Are they somehow related? Before my router failed, what happened? Example, right? There are events that happen before a major failure. So you will see that those days, the correlation engines will try to correlate those, and those were what would be available as a dashboard to your ops team or to your IT operations team. But in the last decade or so, what's happening? Security folks are so interested now in logs, right? You also see now that most of the event management with regards to security, or the so-called CMs as folks call it, they are nothing but correlation engine. What do they correlate? They correlate logs, they correlate events, and then they try to make sense of that, present that out to your SOC team as a dashboard, right? So logs have, the value of the logs have always been there, right? From the early days of developers to the IT operations teams, and now heavily relied upon by the different security analytical tools out there, right? So logs actually give me a snapshot of what happened, right? That's what the first sentence says, right? It shows me a record of how systems behave and interact. It's basically a snapshot of, okay, this thing just started. After it started enabling this and this and this. Because of this, the state has changed to this, is what I get from, if I look at the logs, that's what I see, right? Logs could be generated by diverse set of nodes in my network, right? The most obvious one, my network nodes, right? My routers, my switches, whatever, my load balancers, my firewalls, could be all the servers that you have, right? The computing resources that you might have in your infrastructure, they could be generating those. Operating systems, right? They could be generating those. And like I said, there are applications, right? In the end, remember folks, right? When it comes to internet, it's still a very heavy client server architecture, meaning someone somewhere wants to access a resource somewhere is what the internet is all about, right? And that's something, is an application that's offering a service, right? And logs could be generated across different infrastructure in my network, right? Could be network, could be computer platforms, OSs, applications, right? What does logging give me? Like I said, it gives me a snapshot, right? It gives me, it's like breadcrumbs that are left out there, logs actually, and that's where the word tailing. How many of you actually use the tailf command without even realizing? Can I get a raise of hand here? How many people use tail-f, tailf or less? There you go. I see Dave raising his hand. How about others? No one uses tail? And that's where the concept comes from. Tail is nothing but I'm tailing. I go right down to the end of the file and then I don't stop there. I keep reading it as things come. I keep reading it as things come so that I'm trying to make sense of real feed that's coming in, right? So logging is nothing but that, just trying to make sense of the different breadcrumbs that are left there, be it application, be it network, trying to make sense of those, right? It allows us to monitor, it says what happened to our network. But for you to do that, you need to correlate things, right? Logs don't come in a self-explanatory manner, right? Look at a Juniper log, boy, the syntax looks quite weird. Look at a Cisco log, look at a Linux log, all of a sudden, it doesn't even use syslog-d, right?
Look at the applications within.
Look at, yeah,
exactly.
exactly. Are different, right? So how the hell do I make sense of those? Because for me to actually make any sense of it, I need to make some correlation. But logs as such provides me a snapshot of what has happened. And if you can correlate that, the beauty Why do we look at what has happened? So that we can somehow predict what might happen too, right? So if you can make sense of things that have happened in my network or in my infrastructure, I might actually through correlation be able to prevent certain things or improve certain things, right? Moving on. Now, before I even talk log management, right? We have already discussed this. Early days, it was for debugging purposes. These days, heavy security analysis. And in certain countries, you have compliance needs, right? Bhutan, we're very lucky, right? Bhutan, we're very lucky. Our regulators have never, ever forced us to retain logs for that long, right? Just by the nature of where the country is, tiny, not many, not so friendly neighbors around, but not too upsetting where people would want to bomb the shit out of us, right? But our compliance is purely from a billing point of view, right? For billing disputes, we definitely had some compliance those days where we needed to store the metadata for at least 3 or 6 months. But you look at Australia, how long? 2 years. Australia, the compliance is I need to maintain 2 years.
I need to know who had what IP.
So imagine all the CGNAT logs that I need to retain, right? And that's just one node, right? So in certain countries, you have very strict compliance. India, after the Mumbai attacks, has one of the craziest compliance needs. They not only do lawful intercept, but they also require me to retain the logs so that whenever they want, them or any lawful enforcement agencies or I don't know, the court, for example, wants those days, again, a story for those of you who are young and new here. Those days when we had the GroupNet chat, we ran our IRC chats in the early days of internet in Bhutan because we didn't have content those days. Boy, so many affairs on that IRC chat, GroupNet chat room, so many divorces happening for a very closed country. When we started opening up, anonymity was great for many people. It's as if we had bottled ourselves in, and when that opened up, there were tons of affairs and all. And sometimes during the divorce cases, judges would send us a letter saying that I need to see logs for this and this date, and we would say, sorry, we don't retain logs, right? And they were like, really? Yeah, it's a free service, so there's no need for me to retain logs because I'll only retain logs purely for billing purpose in our case those days in Bhutan, right? So log management, it can serve different purposes based on needs. Some not because you want to do it, because you're required to do it, like compliance ones. Does the Australian government give any money? Oh, so it's your investment.
So small story. So
Yeah.
when this whole thing started, so this is what they call the data retention implementation program. And because of the way they'd written the laws, it was very loose and it was open to interpretation. So as a provider, all they said is, we need to keep user data for 2 years. They didn't specify what user data. I'm running a mail server, I'm running an anti-spam filter, I'm running an ISP. So I have Radius, I have mail servers, I have spam servers, all that sort of stuff. So when we wrote out, because we knew that they're not giving us money to run this ongoing, so we went, okay, we're going to do the absolute bare minimum. We said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to collect our Radius logs. We're already doing that. We'll just keep them a bit longer. We will shut down our anti-spam service. So that's one less thing I've actually got to log. And because we were a very corporate-centric ISP, we said we were already in the process of moving a lot of our customers onto Office 365. So that removed our mail burden. So all of a sudden, I've only got to keep my Radius logs. So when I put my data retention plan, I said, I'm going to keep my Radius logs. I'm going to keep them for 2 years. I'm going to use Greylog to store them. And I'm going to keep them encrypted at rest. There you go. And they went, thank you, green tick. Never received a request for any of that info ever. But because of other people's interpretation of that, they went, oh, I've got to keep user data. Okay, well, in that case, I need to keep mail headers. So I'm going to keep the to and the from and the subject, the date and the time. And that has a storage impact. Okay, so I've got to buy a SAN array to do that. Okay, so they were offering grants to do that. if you go back into the OSNOG mailing lists, probably about 6 years ago, when all of this was happening, just search for DRIP in the OSNOG mailing list. When all the grants were handed out, they published who got what. And there was a certain notable member of the OSNOG community that started calling out people who had applied for grants of, 600, 700,000 Australian dollars and actually gotten it. And this was a consultant who said, I've worked in your network. You don't even have that revenue. How do you justify this? So it caused a lot of friction within our community.
But I like how smart that
Yes.
radius log was. For me, if that
it
is
was the
what,
path of least resistance,
and
right?
it makes sense, right? I know user when they initiated a session.
Yep.
I know when they stopped the session. I also know through my radius auth what I delegated or allocated to them as an IP
Yeah.
address or something.
Yeah.
So folks, right, log is not only for making sense of things in your network, right, which is basically our troubleshooting and debugging, right, but lately heavy use when it comes to security, right? If you do security session analysis, you will need to go deeper and deeper into logs. But lately, one thing that's missing probably here is Dave and me, we were just talking about that. Your NMM 2.0 is nothing but automation through, of course, you react to things, right? Automation, we don't mean orchestration, borrowing heavily from Mercia. Automation for us is, like we have said many times, Dave and us sipping a beer somewhere while network is able to react. But how does the network react? Remember what I said about logs. Logs for me, the way I interpret at a high level is an event notification. Based on that event notification, can I feed an engine somewhere which says that if you see this event, do this kind of a logic, that's automation, right? So lately you will see, next year we will start teaching our automation course. You will see that our automation,
btNOG8.
yeah, btNOG8, our automation relies heavily on the abstraction that Logstash provides, gives us that event, and then you react to an event, right? So log management, not only for troubleshooting or making sense of things in your network, not only for security correlation, not only because somebody wants you to do it, but if you want a network for the future where you want less human intervention, we definitely need more cleaner, more better way of indexing logs, grouping logs, so that I can group an event and then react based on that event. And that for us is network automation, right? Cool. How do I erase all link? Erase all link. There you go. Right now, before I jump onto the next slide, which is what? Okay, log management process. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's forget the slides, right? So here are what? Let's say these are your sources, right? These are your sources, or maybe originator is a good word of those log messages, right? You have the option of analyzing those logs on those machines itself, right? Like I was saying, many of us grew up on tail commands, right? Tailing a log so that we can keep watching it. But are you gonna employ 6 or 7 people just to tail logs and make sense? Watch it real time and then give me a call if you see this kind of error, right? So tail is one, less definitely, but with, anybody know less with the F option? Yes, sir, right? Read, continue reading even after you reach the end of the file, right? Some people also go crazy. You can have multiple pipeline scripts just to pick one thing. So that's me trying to do that all on one gear, right? Fine, on a Linux-like system or a Unix-like system, I can do that. But on a router, what am I left with? Show logging dash whatever, right? And it's a tiny buffer. And that buffer fills up quickly. It overwrites the previous logs. Reboot, it's gone, right? So how do I go back in time to make sense of things? I can't, right? If you directly want to analyze things there, then and there on that machine, right? So you have an option, right? So let's go the other way. Here are my sources of logs, right? My sources, or like I said, my originators. Okay, maybe you want to feed them off to analytics tools, right? Maybe you want to feed them off to analytic engines. fine, you can do that too. And here I'm trying to bring you why we need log management, right? Maybe you're sure, feed all your logs directly, let them make sense. But you realize, guys, open source tools also have enterprise editions, right? Your Belk stack has that, your Greylog has that. Majority of the tools have enterprise editions. And guess what? If it's a few nodes, you're fine. The moment you exceed, how many of you use Splunk? That's why I have never been a fan of this, although many people, my own friends have told me, oh, it's a great tool. Yeah, great.
It is a great tool.
Yeah,
How deep are your pockets?
exactly. So they do it per logging node, right? Can I pay this fee? I may not be able to pay this fee because the amount of junk that might hit, not every log message makes sense. I don't need to see every log message. There are only certain things that I want to monitor. There is no filtering. There is no form of filtering. You're directly feeding them to analytical engines, right? So dollars come into mind. How do I scale? How do I scale? And by scale, I don't only mean resource scaling. I also mean the dollar scaling, right?
PRTG per metric.
Per metric,
Right, you
right?
get 100 metrics for free. Great. I've got a switch with 48 ports.
That
How many-
already, it's
How many metrics have you got on a switch with 48 ports?
every port is actually as good as a router, right?
Pretty
On a
much.
switch
You've got, probably 15 to 20 metrics per
per
port.
port. So that's easily what?
You've got 4 ports.
Yeah, get a 4-port switch. So now again, so you have the options, right? First, analyze it on the node itself using your tail, the greps, the less, right? Or you can feed them directly to your analytical tools. But what am I saying here? You will be feeding tons of junk too. Not every log message that your system generates, you need to search them or you need to correlate them. But how do I then add that layer of abstraction or filtering? That is where our log management layer comes into play. This is where we have log management layer, right? So again, like I promised earlier, I'll keep it at an abstract level, right? This is actually an abstraction layer between the sources of your log messages and the collector and the downstream destinations, which consumes your log to make sense of things. Right in the middle, we have that log management layer, and its purpose, like I said, is based on what we have already discussed. Filter things for me, please. I only want to see this kind of things. Parse things for me, please. I'm going to individual components, arrange them in certain fields, then only feed it to me, right? So you can do all this kind of filtering, parsing, transformation. Like I said, different systems give me different log messages, so I might need to normalize those. And then we call the transformation, right? Can you transform that packet before you feed it to me? Maybe Splunk has a different requirement. Your Elk has a different requirement. So based on that, I can then filter, parse, transform things before I feed it to them, so they get a very lightweight data feed, and then they can start focusing on the correlation, right? And that is the true purpose of my log management, right? Between the source of the logs and the downstream tools that I might want to feed the logs, I then put a layer of log management there, whose job is filter, index things, parse things, transform the things so that all different downstream nodes can consume that, right? So in essence, that is what a log management is all about, right? That layer of abstraction right there, right? So what do we have? We have the source, you have your log management layer, right? Log management layer, and you have all the different tools that you might use downstream, right? To analyze those. And for me, this is a very simple, high-level abstract, right? Feed, filter, transform, feed your analytic tools, right? These are all your downstream tools. Does that make sense, everyone? Log management, the true value of a log management, right? And hence, now focusing just on this bit, for me to do that, I need to find a way to be able to collect those, right? You can proactively configure a remote node if it has agent capability to keep sending that to me, to my log management layer, or in certain cases, I might actually need to push an agent there that collects those. Remember, we say beats. This is a data shipper, right? In Locky, probably later when we discuss tools, in Locky, they have what's called the prom tail, right? As an agent whose job is to be attached to the source and keep collecting things from the source, feed it to my Locky engine so that Locky engine can start making sense. Collection is one. So first is to collect. Next is storage. Now, when it comes to storage, as you will see when we discuss the different log management tools, not every log management tool actually stores on itself. It might rely on an external database to store things. It might rely on an external storage like your Elasticsearch to store things, right? So first collect the logs. Once you have those log messages, store them. After you store them, this is where the actual beauty is, right? If I'm looking for a particular event, I should be able to go into my log management tool and go, okay, give me this, my search query. Based on that, it should give me all the logs specific to my search query. And then if possible, it should also give me some correlation, right? Either through a graphing-like tool or a heat map-like tool. You will see that in the different tools that you use. Some log management tools can only give you certain, but if you go into the heavy log management tools, they can give you more than that, right? Because they're designed for, they're not necessarily designed for the traditional way of log management. They're designed for other things, right? Ability for me to search a certain type of event that I want, ability for that engine to make correlation of that group of logs that I extract, right? And finally, how do I present that out? Output. Guys, please, output is to your downstream analytical tools. After you have shaped things, you can actually feed in a format that these tools want. Could be your Elk, could be your Splunk, right? All those tools, right? So that's pretty much the whole log management idea, right? Again, I'll keep it at the, what the hell happened? Subtitles on. Cool, moving on.
We might take a quick break now as we're running over.
Yeah, let's do that.
15 minutes, everybody.
Manoj, okay with
Okay.
15 minutes?
Yes, no problem. Atta, I need to share my screen. So
Yes, please.
We'll
We
stop
will
sharing.
stop sharing. And Manoj wanted us to make. Go ahead, Manoj. So
let's-
I tried, couldn't. And there should also be Pratima. Manoj, is Pratima still in the room?
she's in the other course.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Manoj. Go ahead, Manoj.
Can you see my screen? I've already
Yep.
shared.
Yep, all good.
Oh, okay.
Enough for me to keep. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Leave meeting.
Sorry, Atta, that was
So-
me.
Yeah, no worries.
We forgot to press start again.
So instead of keeping it there and analyzing it there, we discuss tail of options, less options, the grep pipeline options. It'd be nice to be able to flick all your log messages, feed them down to a centralized log management layer, where it does all your filterings, all your trimming, all your normalizing, parsing, indexing, everything. And then I feed it downstream to whatever is my analytical tool, right?
And anybody with this application bit here, anybody who's working in things like Docker and Git and everything else, you've also got to think about where it's putting its logs. Because
Yes.
it may not set, if this application is sitting Docker on this server, it may not be feeding it into the local storage
Correct.
in your system logs.
Unless you have.
That's right. So you need to also think about what it wants to do, how it's going to feed it, because you may have to set up specific rules to allow, especially in Docker, that traffic to traverse outside of that Docker container
Of that environment.
and back out into something else.
Correct.
So
Because why Dave is saying this is, folks, you should remember, right? Application of services verticals are what is driving containerization, right? So that's what Dave was saying. A container is nothing but a jail, right? It sits there on someone's physical machine for sure, but does it keep it there within that? Like Dave said, is it on the host machine?
If I kill that instance and start it up again, my logs persistent.
Exactly, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
So if you feed it there, there is it. You can go back in time for analysis, right? Whenever you need it, right? And hence the value of the centralized logging, right? Again, Shift E, moving on. Centralized log management, I think we have pretty much covered whatever is now in the word form here, right? All managed devices in a distributed, of course, you send it to a central log server. This is where the actual normalization of the data. What do you mean by normalization? There's already enough hint here. So I don't have to elaborate because like we said, different syslog messages or log messages come in different formats, depending on what vendor or what platform it is, what OS it is. So you need to be able to have a layer of abstraction there to do that. So that's data normalization or transformation, right? And once that is done, then I can go feed it. Some centralized log management tools are able to do visualization themselves. Some are not. Some requires you to feed it off to something else for that visualization, right? So that is what centralized log management is all about. Here are some examples, right? Look at these two log messages. Do they look the same to you? And this is what we were talking about, different message formats or syntaxes that think of your Cisco. If you have a gear right now, go check logging.
Go and have a look at iOS, XE and XR.
You will see the difference right then and there, even on the same vendor gear, just because the OS are different, they are different, right? And that's the problem. If I don't have a layer of abstraction which can normalize these two logs, right? If I don't normalize them, how do I even make correlation if they don't look the same to me? First, I need to make them all look the same to me, and then only I can correlate. That's why if you actually, how many, like I said, when you guys do tail F or less F, what do you guys see actually there? You see log messages, right? Depends which log you look at, error log, or let's say syslog, whatever you look at. What do you think you get? Actually, the output you get out of these things are indexed outputs. It's not every random log pops up. By the time tail F or less F displays that output to you, it's actually an indexed output. And how do they index? That is critical, okay? Later, when you look at different tools, you will find out that one tool is very different compared to rest of the tools because the indexing logic is very different. Now, syslog, there is a RFC, right? There's the syslog protocol, which is a IETF standard. And according to this, indexing, how things are to be indexed is also defined there. And normally, when it comes to any log management tool, 99% of them, they index based on the log message itself, the content of the log message itself. Example, if any message has error word, I might index them, group them that way. If anything has access kind of keyword, I might group them that way. So this is sometimes some people also call it inverted indexing because it's not true indexing. But for traditional networking, it's great. But they've just mentioned Cube clusters, K8 clusters. How do I index? Can I rely on inverted indexing that a normal syslog message does or a log management tool does? I need some different way of indexing them. I might want to know which pod that container is a part of. Maybe I want to group all messages, log messages from a particular pod in my cluster so that I can make sense of things, right? Maybe I want to group all log messages from one particular node, right? Does that make sense? That is also one indexing logic. The other normal indexing logic is what's called an inverted indexing, wherein I start grouping things based on the log message content itself. Error logs all go into one. That's why you will see if you use a Ubuntu or a Linux system, you will see error.log. Everything that has error is actually sitting there. That's how they index it, right? So please keep that in mind, okay? How do you configure for Cisco gears? Where do you want to send the log to? Give that IP address. This is incomplete actually, because I need to tell what I want to send, right? We will see that when we discuss the facilities and the severity. I don't want to send every junk out there. You get overwhelmed, right? They've already mentioned that. Humans have this tendency, right? You bombard me with enough data, I'm going to start ignoring it, right? Because you have too many false positives there, you know? So I don't even care after a while, right? It goes back to that shepherd and the wolf story of,
Do I need to see informational for everything? No.
no, exactly, right?
I'm debugging something, I might want to see informational.
Yeah.
I turn it back off once I'm done.
Exactly, right? So you need to define what level and what severity level and which facility level you want to export to. In Ubuntu, although we are talking syslog, you see, this is under Ubuntu Debian, right? What do you see here? In the last, I think 10 or 9 years, or maybe 8 years, Debian and Red Hat, their default logging is actually our syslog. It's not syslog. So you will see that when you do the labs too. You go and modify that config file. All you say is where you want to send it, go send it with the @ symbol to your host, right? In Juniper Gear, the same, MikroTik Gear. Again, depends on what platform. So basically, these are your source of the log messages. From this source, you are saying, hey, go ahead, feed this to this collector called 192.168.8.20, right? Could be syslog, ng, could be r syslog, could be your Logstash, could be any log management tool that you have sitting there. This is not complete. All you're doing is flooding it up to your log management utility. It now needs to analyze once it has done trimming and transforming and everything, then it feeds it off to analytical tools.
And that MikroTik line won't work either. That just turns logging on. It doesn't actually log anything.
Exactly, right?
You've got
It's
to tell-
saying,
You got to tell it what you're going to send.
it's saying system logging, the action is add that as a potential collector with a remote tag,
Yeah.
but then you need to go a bit more detailed. Okay.
And you've actually got to specify the log output format. So you can actually specify the SD syslog as a format.
So similar to, okay. Now, with regards to syslog ports, again, I won't spend much time here. By default, right, it's UDP 514. Guys, again, it's 5424, I think. 26 is for the port. But RFC 5424 is your syslog protocol. Please, it deprecated 31 something long time ago. And typically, can anyone in this room explain to me what this means? Syslog uses port 514, it's UDP. That means, is it a reliable transport or an unreliable transport?
Depends on how good your network is.
Oh, Ganesh, you have your hand raised. Ganesh, please. Ganesh? Sonam, Ganesh?
No, yes, sir. I just wanted to know, sir, that port number doesn't depend on the OS versions or something like that, or it's default
because
same.
Good point.
You can customize.
I'll modify your answer a bit, right? When it comes to standard ports, IANA needs to define that, right? So that we all agree. That's the whole beauty of TCP/IP, right? Is you have a standardized port dedicated for. Now, what is the first, Ganesh, since you are asking me this, Ganesh, ideally you will see the BGP port 179, right? What's your SSH port 22, Telnet 23s? All these are standard ports that are defined by IANA, right? The Internet Assigned Numbers Authority,
Yes.
APNIC, RIPE, all of us report to them, right? They standardize this so that people don't. I can't have a network where Dave is listening on port, let's say 51400 for syslog, and I'm trying to feed him
From 514.
from port 514. He'll never accept that, right? So that's why there is a need to standardize, but problems also exist because of standard ports. Ganesh, since you're asking me the question, let me reverse ask you a question. What is port 514? Is it a standard port or a non-standard port?
I'm not sure about it.
Okay. All right. Anything below 1023 is a standard port, which means you will have to run it as a root. That's the problem. Okay. You will see some people modify it with a number 1 or a number 5. You add anything to make it non-standard, you can. But according to the RFC, according to IANA, port 514 is dedicated for syslog because it's a very, from the day there existed an operating system, there was a log, right? So they had to standardize that. They have standardized that for 514. Remember, folks, syslog message is simplex message. Simplex means what? It's not duplex. There you go. I'm giving you a hint, which means
One-way
if I-
communication.
correct, one-way communication. If I'm the source, if I'm sending it to the collector, if I'm the source, the collector does not acknowledge that they have received the log messages that I have sent. And hence, you see, by default, syslog uses a datagram protocol, UDP, right? No reliable transfer anyway. On top of that, syslog is a simplex communication. But in some applications, the modern needs, this doesn't fulfill. So there was need for people to have some guarantee, right? Not a classic guarantee like typical TCP, but give me something wherein me as the sender, I at least know that the collector has received it. And you will see that there is this concept of a reliable syslog transport. This one uses typical UDP transport, right? And it's simplex communication. But then for reliability, you see syslog connection, which is the transport for both TCP and UDP, and it's actually a reliable. So at minimum, my collector needs to acknowledge and tell me that whatever log messages I have sent, the collector has received it, right? And of course, for security, if you're a bit paranoid, because if you're throwing logs from all your nodes across your network infra to a common collector, ideally you might want relays sitting in those different geography, and the relays then feed it off to a common collector. But if you don't want to spend money on that, then you have the ability. What I'm trying to say is you have different sources. You have your log management in the middle. You have your analytical tools here, right? You could have a relay layer before your log management. You could have a relay where in every geography you might run a relay, Eastern Bhutan a relay, Western Bhutan a relay, Southern Bhutan a relay, and then those relays then can feed. So you may not require security here, but you might require security at this layer if you want encryption. So for that encryption, you have those non-standard ports, 6514, 6514. Very weird, right? How many of you know DTLS? It's TLS for datagram. It's TLS for UDP, actually. Right? This is if you want security. These are the different port options there. Oh, remove this, move on. Now, this is interesting, right? This is what Dave and me, we were just talking. Not every event on a box or in my network is worth me. I'm waking up at 1 a.m. to investigate, or worth Dave calling his team and say, all right, fly to London tonight and go fix it, right? Emergencies, the level 0 is the highest severity level, right? Emergencies, if you don't act, it will cause a failure, is what it says, right? It will cause a failure. Alert, hey, you better start paying attention to this, right? Because things could break if you don't look at it now, potential for things to break. So that's a severity level, right? 0 being the most severe, down to 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those of you who come from the telco world, this goes to your classic that traffic light protocol, right? Where you have critical, major, and then minor. Minor could be your yellow or green. Shouldn't be green.
That should be green. Green should be rocket.
Yeah, right. So minor should be your yellow, maybe major is your amber, and your critical is your red, right? If you look at your DWDM boxes, they still do this. You'll be surprised. When you open the EMS, the alarms that you see could be a minor alarm, could be a major alarm, or a critical alarm. It's about to fail. You better either replace the line card. I'm talking DWDM, right? Take out the module, replace a new module. So when it comes to severity level, that's how you define it, right? Emergency, things could break. Alerts, you better investigate. Critical, hey, things haven't broken yet, but this error has been persistent. You might want to investigate, right? Of course, error is any error condition, right? Warnings, hey.
Probably won't break anything.
Yeah, but you might want to know, right? Notifications, it's what it says, right? It's a notification. Like, let's say on a switch, what your port security violation, let's say, you have the ability to term it critical. If it's my trunk ports, yep, I'll mark it as critical. If it's some test server that I have a lag interface towards, who cares? Send me a notification. That's good enough. And then the low severe ones, your informational, that's what Dave was saying earlier, right? Not really an error condition, right? But hey, just letting you know.
It could well be an everything's okay alarm as well.
Exactly, right?
An application might be functioning perfectly normal and it will spit out informational messages. Do you care about them? Probably not.
Yeah.
That's why I call them the everything's okay alert.
So think about it, guys, right? If you want to turn on every one of this, what do you think happens? You need heavy. Even if it's a router, you need a bigger router just because you want it to be CPU heavy all the time.
Who's turned on all logging on a router and forgot to turn it off? How long does your memory last? Not very.
Not very, right? So, and the final one is debugging, right? And even if you look at your routers, right, when you debug a processor, when you debug a protocol, why do we tell you guys turn it off once you're done, right? Because this will pretty much throw everything at you. Oh, this session came up fine. I want to know the session came up, but then it'll also throw you every parameter about that session at you. Hey, I don't want to know that much granular detail, but that's the purpose of debug, so that I can granularly go drill and find out. By the time you turn on debug or informational, you should have actually analyzed a bit on the previous or higher severe errors. And then you want to then go drill down to a particular thing. That's when you rely on this debug, so that because it's granular, detailed.
And you're not going to want to turn debug on for everything.
For everything, correct.
So for instance, you're bringing up an IPsec session. You're not going to turn debug on for your entire router. You're going to enable debug for IPsec crypto and,
yeah,
and that sort of stuff. And you're only going to have it on for the duration of your debug.
Exactly.
You'll generally turn debug on for IPsec, for instance, when you're doing an IPsec session to a different vendor. 9 times out of 10, if you're doing Cisco to Cisco, Juniper to Juniper, the out-of-the-box configs work. It's when you've got to do Cisco to Fortinet or Cisco to...
Maybe my SPIs don't match,
Yeah.
right? My IPsec tunnel just never comes up, right? So
default is like V2, you're still running V1.
V1, right?
Just put it out there.
So guys, I mean, like, apply judgment, right? Apply judgment, don't be lazy. And I think our narrative has always been, if you're lazy, why even bother? Right?
Don't log anything.
Yeah,
Wait
stop
till
logging it. And in Bhutan, what I have seen or heard mostly is, do you guys collect log? Oh yeah, we pump it up to a syslog server. Great. What do you do then? Nothing. All right.
It's not unique to the time.
It's pretty much.
It's
yeah.
a lot of places, a lot of networks.
And I'm like, wow, guys, for storage, great. If you're just using it for storage, and they're like, no, for storage from there, we then feed it off to a cloud. And I'm like, yeah, you actually have quite a potential after feeding it to your syslog server to actually do some analytics, right? All right, moving on. This is interesting. So we looked at the severity level, right? 0 being the highest, the emergency ones. So those are your severity of the alarms that you get, right? Next one is the logging facilities, right? Let me tackle it first from the non-standard ones.
Yeah.
You have provisions within the logging facilities in the standard for you to define custom. You can define custom facilities. If you look at routers and all don't use any of the standard facilities. Routers generally will use local facilities, right? That's why if you're trying to export something from a Cisco gear, let's say to a syslog server, you will see when you look at options, Cisco only gives you the local options because it's vendor proprietary stuff so it's extensible. At least the good thing is because it's an open standard, they have kept provisions where the vendors or me as an operator, I can go define my own facility, right? But you see, there are the standard facilities that are defined. And what are facilities? It's nothing but which process within that node or within that machine or which part of that OS has given me that. You see the 0, 1 being what? Kernel messages. That's the heart of everything, right? Messages generated through user interactions. If I'm running a mail system, that. If I'm running daemons there, right?
You can tell how long ago this was developed by looking at some of these ones.
Yeah, right.
The fact that they actually had a specific logging facility for those Gives you
even,
an idea of the
yeah.
age, right?
So what is syslog now? As old as many of you in this room, perhaps, 30 odd years. Only, of course, the standardization was 20 odd years ago, but syslog existed way
We'll
before.
go back to all the old Unix systems.
Exactly.
VAX, VMS.
Yeah.
God, we had logging in VMS as well, so I'm showing my age. But yeah, it's been around for a very long time.
So, and you guys will see this, right? If you have a Linux machine running, please go into your var log. You will actually see sometimes some Linux flavors, they index things based on the facility. You might even see within the config file that any kernel originated messages, they will see that even the indexing uses the facility. They might have indexing which says any kernels, put it under kern.log, right? So any kernel generated log messages will go sit in that folder or that file, right? So sometimes facility is also used for indexing of the log messages. Cool. And here are the options, right? You have
It's not all of them either.
not all of them, right? Here are the options, right? Here are tons of options when it comes to what choices do I have. Again, which one to use? Pick your own poison, right, folks? Based on what we discussed earlier, that you know what you're running, you know what you want to monitor, you know why you want to monitor those, and then you pick it based on that. Syslog and our syslog ideally should behave the same, but it doesn't. That's what Dave and me we were discussing. I was surprised when I look at the config file that, hey, the syntax is very different to what it was 5 years ago, right? Greylog, crazy, right? You talk to that developer, a German dude who developed Greylog. Yeah, he's the only reason why he built this was his hatred for Splunk when they sent him this massive invoice. He said, thank you, I'm not paying you, I'm gonna build one. And then guess what? As he built it and presented at one of the KubeCons, someone, a venture capitalist, just came and said, let's start a company. And and he said he still keeps 99.9 of this as an open source. It's only certain enterprise versions where he,
And there's not much missing.
yeah, right?
Open source.
And then of course you have your log stash from your that so-called ELK stack.
Elastic stack.
The elastic stack, the L in that is your log stash actually, right? So in today's lab, what do we cover?
First three.
The first three will be covered. Loki is missing here. Maybe it's in the detail, right?
Yeah.
So syslog ng probably, hey, again, ng was supposed to be next gen. But this was done in 1998 or something. So for him that time,
It was next gen.
it was next gen for him because someone's master's studies again, right? A Hungarian dude probably was working on syslog D, and then he said, hey, it is clunky. Maybe I can make this a bit better. And then he actually interpreted the RFC and he actually started building it based on the old standard, not even the new standard, right? So that's syslog ng, right? Free open source out there and comes built into most of the Unix and Linux distros. Surprise, surprise, there is Debian and Red Hat. I'll talk about that when I talk about our syslog, right? Again, it's compliant to the standard, right? It receives things in a JSON format. How many of you are comfortable with JSON? There you go. Again, this will be quite repetitive at this point. That's what a log management's job is. Ingest first, ingest, normalize the data. If possible, index the data based on the message, the log message itself. Remember, I kept using the word inverse indexing because I do not look at the message facility or anything. I instead index it based on the message, the payload itself, where I have indexed things. All error logs go together, or kernel logs go together, right? So that is the primary job. That's his primary job, honestly. That's what we expect from a log management tool. And once it has done that, then go ahead, feed that to whatever analytical tools you have, right? Or for storage, go ahead, store it. Store it in a storage for further analysis that you could feed off. So you can either feed to a database or you have the option to feed it to analytical tools because you have already normalized it, you have already filtered it, And then all you're doing is feeding it in a manner that all those analytical tools like your Elasticsearch, Kafka, Hadoop, how many of us are familiar with Hadoop? Those days, the early SAP days in Bhutan, it was all Hadoop databases and Hadoop clusters. No. So anyway, syslog is pretty much widely used, one of the oldest log management tools out there,
It's also
right?
one of the most lightweight as
Correct.
well.
And stable, right? For us, that matters, right? Any tool you pick, make sure you have a good community, and not a community that wants to do an IPO for 5-6 years and then they disappear. You want a community that has been out there for 10 years, 9 years, committed. You keep looking at their Git page and see they have commits, they have updates, frequent updates coming in, right? So that's syslog ng. Next up, rsyslog. Rocket fast, hey. Hence the name rsyslog. Honestly, rsyslog is built on syslog D if you strip it down. Now, the only difference for me between a syslog ng or the syslog D and rsyslog is reliability. RELP is a fancy name, right? It's reliable event logging protocol. A fancy name, but this is reliability purely so that when me as the source or the originator, I send that message to rsyslog collector, if I transport it over RELP, will acknowledge. And minimum transport is actually RELP. Then you can add extra layers of security on top of that. So that's the only major difference for me. Compare that to a syslog. That ability to have that ability to have an acknowledgement, because in the end, if you go inside it, the architecture pretty much looks similar to syslog D. Even syslog ng is built on syslog D, so they are both very similar in usage. But if you want reliability, go ahead with rsyslog. But if you're on Debian, or if you are on Red Hat flavors, it's already built in with rsyslog. They come built in. That's their logging platform for these two flavors. Not every flavor uses this. They still go with syslog D as the default. It ships with syslog D. Next up, Graylog. This is what I was saying. I was just, before this session, I was trying to listen to that developer's talk from 2016, his motivation. And his motivation was very simple. First sentence he says is, raise your hand if you hate Splunk. Whole room went up. And he said, that's why. He said, now the company is called Graylog, but he primarily started developing Graylog to move away from Splunk, which means what? Remember, like Dave said, Splunk is more than what we are trying to say it is, right? Splunk can do so many great things, but comes at a cost, right? So what he was trying to say, he's not saying Splunk is bad. He's saying that I don't want to pay you such a heavy bill every year just because I want to do this, I want to do that and do this. Hence, you see Graylog is very different to the two other log management tools that we discussed from an architecture point of view, right? Graylog already ships as a package. You can't have just Graylog running, right? Graylog relies on Elasticsearch. What is Elasticsearch? We discussed this earlier when we were talking the Elastic Stack or the ELK stack, right? Elasticsearch, what is it? The name itself says enough there, right? Elasticsearch is a non-structured, it's not a SQL, it's a non-SQL database, right? It allows me to search or query things. It helps me index things, right? Its primary job is store the log messages, transform them, index them, make sense of them. And then it also has ability to apply some analytics if you want to, right? So its primary job is that Elasticsearch. So now let's focus on the architecture. So like I said, Graylog developed by that German guy purely to move away from Splunk. That's why Graylog needs to do a bit more, right? You have the source here, your devices, applications, they send you log messages. Graylog actually does two things, right? First one, it sits in the middle so that you don't go and contaminate your MongoDB or whatever database you want to use and your Elasticsearch. Remember, I said that if you don't have that log management layer in between, you transfer junk. That means your Elasticsearch will need to store all those junk. So it actually sits in the middle to filter out a bit of those before it feeds it to Elasticsearch. Right? And of course, if you want to store that log, you can also store it in a database. Now, once that part is done, when it wants to analyze things, it actually now starts querying Elasticsearch. It first fed a filtered ingested data to Elasticsearch. Once it has fed that, then Graylog, every time it wants to visualize something, it will query Elasticsearch. Whatever result it goes back, then I visualize that through my front-end interface or my browser interface or the client interface on Graylog. Right? So from an architecture point of view, you see it's quite different compared to syslog, ng, and rsyslog, because it's a combination. It's not one piece. It's 2 or 3 pieces built together, because remember, again, he was trying to replicate Splunk. Right? Now, when it comes to sizing, because with the other two, we don't have to mention sizing so much because of the feature set. In this one, you need to please think about sizing based on the tools you pick.
Not just storage either.
Yeah, exactly. Not just
CPU,
storage.
memory.
So example, Elasticsearch. Let's start from here. Elasticsearch for Graylog's use. Remember what I said? It does what? It does storage. It stores the log messages. It's capable of feeding search data. It is also capable of doing some analytics. That means definitely storage is a given. But what did I say? Once Graylog has cleaned up stuff and fed to Elasticsearch, Graylog relies now on Elasticsearch for every query that it wants to do before it displays it to us, me, the user. Which means what? I better have a good read speed too. You can't have Elasticsearch sitting on a very slow disk. You need good memory and storage and that speed, right? Read speed. So it is because it's mostly input output, right? IO speed is critical for Elasticsearch. Graylog itself, not much in terms of read speed or anything, but from a CPU point of view.
For a lightweight install, you'd use Mongo, you wouldn't use Elasticsearch.
Exactly.
Again, depending on what you're doing, in my instance, for my data retention, Graylog, Mongo.
Mongo, correct, because Mongo use it as a storage.
I stood up as a standalone instance for that one job. I did not want to populate all my other logging into that because it had a specific purpose.
Agreed.
And Graylog and Mongo are lightish weight enough that you can have multiple instances of it, and you could have a Graylog collective or Graylog server for different things, and that was our purpose for using Graylog initially.
So the message here is, again, just because it comes and you have this many different moving parts to it, please, again, the message goes back to your use case, right? Like Dave was saying, he was doing it for storage. Makes sense. Graylog to index things, to normalize things, feed it across, store it in your Mongo, clean, neat. You guys want to do some analytics and you want to display things out there, you want to constantly monitor it, you definitely need to rely on some form of.
And the reality is all I needed to do is be able to provide a date and time. And actually, I was provided with a date and time and a who.
Specific, right?
That's it.
And you then just go query, pull it out,
Here
here it is.
Yeah.
So please think of that, right? Again, we're not just blabbering here. We're just trying to, I guess the message here is the use case.
Put some perspective around the actual real world use cases for this stuff.
Don't just say, oh, this looks cool, right? Provides me nice graphing and I'm going to pick it up. I don't think that should be the call. Again, goes back to our logic of what, why, which tells you the how. Like Dave said, because he knew his what and why, he didn't have to use Elasticsearch. He went Graylog, Mongo, serves my purpose. Great, right? So please think about that. Like I said, Elasticsearch itself, if you want to go Graylog way, you definitely need good read speed. You definitely need good RAM, right? Graylog itself, give it some good CPU because it doesn't really store anything on it itself. It's just when the log messages come, I normalize it, I push it either to a storage or I push it to Elasticsearch, right? So, and MongoDB itself really doesn't need much because guess what? It doesn't even store the whole log message, right? What does it store? Mongo only stores the Graylog config file, sits there, of course. And then You have the metadata. So it's not the whole log payload. It's the metadata per log message that goes and sits there on MongoDB, right? So it can be lightweight too, right? Again, depends on your use case. So when it comes to sizing, don't try to have a generic sizing just because, oh, log management, I'll give this. No, it depends what log management tools you use, right? Here are some references. Oh, it's missing Locky
That's in
in the wiki page. Sorry, folks. I think
that's been moved over to TSDB.
let's
deck.
pull it from the wiki itself.
Uh, I don't know
Atta,
why
there are some questions on the thing.
There are some questions.
Let me wrap
Woohoo!
up the Locky one,
Yeah,
then
then
we'll
we'll-
look at your questions.
Yeah, I'm just got to find the right browser window. This one.
Let's go to our wiki.
And let me put it into presenter view.
I think we stopped here very long. Cool. Can everyone see the shared screen? Do we need to go into full screen mode?
There we go.
And now I need to annotate, I guess, right?
Yes, I'll have to go and annotate now. Where's that gone?
Is it possible to zoom a little more from the camera? Is it possible?
Not from the camera,
Let
but
me just reshare this screen.
yeah, let's share the screen. Yeah.
Yep.
you're sharing.
Now,
I'm sharing the wrong one. Hang on.
Yes.
Just a sec, Manoj.
Got too many screens. That one.
Screen two, correct.
There we go.
Manoj, you see that?
Yes, it's clear.
Yep,
Thank
cool.
you.
Okay, okay. And now when it comes to annotation, okay, I found it.
Top, yeah.
Yep.
Maybe
Annotate.
drag it over there so you can just.
Yeah. I'll just keep it there that way.
Yep.
All right, folks. So Graylog, I think we covered. So moving on. Oh. What's going on here? Sorry, guys. I think we have the wrong slides. Now, so we looked at Graylog, right? And it has its own user interface. It has its own front end for you to provide that. The next one, just a quick run through the Elk stack, the Elastic stack that we were discussing earlier. Like I said, geez, sorry guys, since this is not slides, for me to annotate anything, I need to use Zoom's annotation. Like I said, the main component is your Elasticsearch, right? Whose primary job is to store the data, make it searchable, normalize it, do some indexing, and it also has ability to do some analytics. So it's a non-SQL database, right? Where you store whatever you want to store. Logstash now. Logstash for me is a very, very powerful tool, right? For our automation, we rely heavily on Logstash. Logstash can be used as a log aggregator, like Locky and others, right? But you can remember what I said about logs. For me, logs are nothing but event notifications. So Logstash is a very good abstraction tool, right? All the different logs that I collect, it can normalize that so that everything looks the same. That's called abstraction. And once that is done, then I have that ability to go ahead. And this is what I was saying. Transformation is what? That normalization, right? And then I do some indexing work also. Wow, my handwriting here is do some indexing work, right? Rearrange things so that I can group them or classify them in different classes so that when someone searches something, I can give that group of log messages for that, right? So Logstash, but remember its logic is still inverse indexing. Logstash still uses inverse indexing, meaning what? It actually looks at the message, the log message content itself, and based on the content in the log message, I then try to index things or group things, right? That's what Logstash does, right? ideally, I should have actually gone beads first and then only gone probably Logstash or Elastic Logstash or Elasticsearch. But since I'm already here, then let me continue. Now, the next piece in this stack is what's called Kibana, a very, very powerful visualization tool, right? And I love Kibana, honestly. But again, guys, just because some of us love it doesn't mean it is the right tool for you to use, right? So remember what I said. You have your sources, you have your source of the log messages. They would send it to your Logstash. The Logstash would normalize them, would index them. And then once that indexed one, I would feed it to my Elasticsearch. Once my Elasticsearch has all those data sitting there, then I feed my Elasticsearch down to my Kibana for visualization, right? And for me, you can use any visualization tool, but Kibana has some cool visualization tools. My favorite would be the heat map and the Sankey diagrams. Unlike other visualization tool, it gives you that nice correlation. So one is heat map, like Dave was saying. Why is that cluster somewhere in Russia trying to send traffic to me that I didn't ask? Or why is so much traffic from my end going to them? So that is a nice way for you to then zoom in, right? Go and focus. I want to go find what the hell is happening there. So that kind of visualization is really critical, right? This kind of heat map. For me, my favorite is the Sankey chart or the map that it's able to do. And guess what? Your Googles, your Facebook, they also rely heavily on Kibana purely because of the Sankey map. Because what? Let's say I run a Google data center, or I run a Facebook data center, or a Facebook cache. They actually rely on the Sankey diagram to find out which eyeballs actually pulls 90% of the traffic from this data center or from this cache. Oh, that eyeball is from Indonesia. Maybe I need to build a mini data center there or a regional cache for Indonesia, because so much of traffic is being pulled from that Indonesian ASNs, right? And it gives you that. And the beauty of Sankey diagram is what? If you try feeding your net flow to Kibana, folks, try feeding, like Dave said, this was a glorified net flow analyzer for him. Try feeding your net flow data to Kibana, and you will see that if certain flows, if let's say my top flow is 80% of my network, you'll see this massive pipe in the Sankey diagram. Massive pipe as a flow, let's say remote ASN and destination ASN. But you also might have these tiny flows which are this thin. So right from a visualization point of view, I know that, hey, that flow is consuming 80% of my network traffic or my network bandwidth, but there are these millions of other smaller flows that are just consuming 2 meg of my thing. Are this real user traffic? Are this something weird? What if your Sankey diagram shows that your loopback address destination IP is pulling 80% of your traffic? Something is wrong. I better go and analyze them, right? Nobody should be sending traffic to my loopback address.
Any of you network operators out there at the moment, go and have a look at your traffic, inbound GRE 540 bytes. That's where this comes in handy.
Yes, sir.
Who knows what traffic that is? If I'm seeing, not huge amounts, but I'm seeing enough GRE inbound to go, hang on, that's not destined for me. And it's exactly 540 bytes.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Manoj, I think you can save your phone now, honestly.
Guys, please answer why.
Manoj.
We will be getting the phone, huh?
Anyways, let me finish explaining this, right? So that's Kibana, right? Again, like I said, and now your beads. It's a collector agent, right? We already discussed this, like Dave and me, we discussed. Collector agent, forgive the handwriting. It's not my handwriting, it's the annotation problem. Sure. As a collector agent, it would normally, you will see beats when you deploy a L stack, you will normally see beats being attached to the source. And like we said, hey, do not think of beats as one single piece out there. multiple different beats. Heartbeat. What is your heartbeat? Keep alive. Heartbeat. You have your packet beat. You have different beats. All those combined. Exactly. And what beats you want to enable is totally up to you based on what you want to.
They've got application specific ones, vendor specific ones.
Yeah. Tons of beats out there, right? And that's why it's actually beats that feeds either Logstash or can feed Elasticsearch. Remember I said Logstash, if you want to filter the data, you run it through Logstash, then Logstash feeds Elasticsearch, and then that feeds Kibana, right? So let's move on to the next slide. Let me clear this. And let's move to, how do I move there?
Still go outside on. Outside off.
All right, this is what I was saying earlier. It doesn't always have to follow this logic, guys. Please remember that. From beats, which is my collecting agent, yes, I can run it through Logstash so that it not only does normalization and everything, I can also filter things. I might only want to push certain things to my Elasticsearch, not everything. So for filtering purpose, yes, run it through Logstash. That filtered data will then go into your Elasticsearch for storage, for search, and then that then feeds it off to Kibana. And I love this, right? Why is this arrow pointing opposite? Was it a mistake? Dave was drunk yesterday and put it in the other direction. Was Tashi drunk today morning? I want someone to tell me this, please. Why are these arrows all pointing in the right direction? Why is this arrow pointing in the opposite direction? For a reason. Why?
Go cup, Shardisu, go cup, please, somebody.
Manoj, go up. Come on, guys. Jokes aside, I need someone to at least try, right? Ganesh, let me pick on you.
It can feed the analyzed data to Elasticsearch.
I like your attempt at least, right? Remember, guys, with ELK stack, many of us don't realize Elasticsearch never feeds Kibana on its own. Kibana needs to first find out where are the Elasticsearch instances running, which Elasticsearch I need to talk to. Once it identifies which Elasticsearch instance I need to talk to, it then pulls that data. So Elasticsearch doesn't feed it. Kibana pulls it off Elasticsearch. Hence, I like this. Does that make sense, folks? And like I said, your beads can directly feed Elasticsearch, please. The flow doesn't always have to be this way. I can directly feed Elasticsearch, index things there, and then I tell my go to Kibana, configure the Kibana to talk to that Elasticsearch instance, and then Kibana is able to pull data off that, give you a visualization of that. All right. I'm not going to do the demo. I'm not going to do the installation in the interest of time. That was a quick. There you go, Sonam, your NMM 2.0 is covered in like 5 minutes. Now the final one is Loki. And this is the only log management tool which is very different to other log management tools, or 99% of log management tools out there, purely because of the way it indexes things. Everything else is the same. It's just the indexing which is different. Maybe I need a different color. Loki, of course, they were developed by the Grafana labs. That's why it's called Grafana Loki, right? The most unique part is this. Remember, I said all other logging tools rely on inverse indexing. Read the log message, index it based on the content of the message. But with Loki, the Grafana folks, again, this is heavy built for cloud. Your Kubernetes cluster, these, that, you know, they build it purely for that. And the British guy, the guy who built this, he built most of it on a plane. That's why Loki also is the only logging tool which has an airplane mode, which you can turn on. But I love the beauty of his one is his indexing is based on what's called labels. And his labels are based on metadata, not on the content of the, it's based on metadata, not based on the content of your log message. All other search engines always try to look at the content of the log message, arrange them, group them, boom. But he went because he wanted something faster. And instead of doing it instead of doing it based on the message, the content of thing, he said, no, let me just extract the metadata, slap a tag to it, call it a label or whatever. Because in others, we slap a token actually for indexing. Oh, error logs, token, rearrange all the tokens. There is your error index. But Loki is so different. It relies only on metadata. They slap a label to it and they use that now to index the content.
So MPLS for system.
MPLS for system, yeah. And that's why you don't see much Loki deployment out there in real infrastructures other than the crazy modern day big clouds. They rely heavily on that. So Loki's main beauty is that's why it's very fast. You should check out some of the demos that they do. It's really fast when you do a query. And the beauty with slapping it beauty of basing it on metadata is, like I said, you have your Kubernetes clusters, right? These are containers within a pod. You could have thousands of containers. I want to have a bit more way of correlating things, and then metadata helps because I could say like, hey, I want to see only what came out of that pod. It can group all of those based on the pod ID, which is a metadata actually, or a host name, or a type of node. And then I see all the logs in the visualization. When you push it to Prometheus, again, a streaming visualization tool, you see that set, you click that, you can see a bunch of messages, error messages or log messages related to that particular pod. Then I can go drill down and go like, oh, it's not just one container there. It's pretty much 8 or 9 different containers on that same pod going through the same problem. That's how you then try to make sense of things. So Loki is very powerful for that, right? But Loki on itself does not have an agent. So Loki relies on, I love this name, right? Prom, because it uses Prometheus library. Loki actually, they didn't have to rewrite much. They're using, import the whole library that Prometheus was using. And since it is for log, tail, hence the name prom tail, which is agents that you need to push it on the source of your log messages so that your prom tail collects those, feeds it to Loki, right? And Loki does what any log management does, right? Of course, indexing logic is different, but it does filtering, normalization, indexing, and then off you go to your visualization tool, Prometheus, and then you get that view, right?
Just be aware also, Loki isn't the only tool you can use with Grafana.
Yes.
So if you're going to use Grafana for your visualization stuff, there's another stack which we also teach called the TIG stack.
TIG stack.
That's Telegraph, InfluxDB, and Grafana.
That comes under our TS DBs.
Yes, time
Yep.
series databases.
Time series databases, right? Again, real-time streaming is what we are talking here, telemetry, folks. Hence, Prometheus is quite unique compared to other NMS tools that we know of, right? So Dave is spot on. Grafana, you don't necessarily have to rely just on Loki, right? Grafana is just a visualization tool. Go ahead, feed it with anything. I've seen Apiric's own deployment. They actually feed, Graylog feeds to Grafana for visualization because Grafana is able to consume those time series entries and give you
And
a
does
nice.
it very well.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, if you've got unstructured TSDB, it's your friend.
So that is Loki, right, folks? Next up, all right, clear this and I'll fill this. All right, folks, here are the references if you want to go read. Dave and me, we can only provide abstracts, right? You want details, go read it yourself, please. And next up is the
Labs.
labs. Cool, Dave, son.
Cool. All righty. Let's go and we've got to see what questions we've got kicking around.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Let's have a look, see. Lost my mouse. There's my mouse there.
If you stop share, yeah.
That's right. Okay, so let me have a look in chat first. How much should we accommodate here? Okay, yeah. That's managed direct. I'll take that offline. Cabana is consuming, yeah, that's correct, because it asks less for log. Yeah, very good. Okay, so let's go look at the Word doc. Let's see what we got kicking around in there. So it's actually this window. So this is in full screen. So let's get out of full screen. Let's go over here. All right. In what sense can we consider Greylog and NMM2? Look, Greylog.
You have to undo that first,
Yeah,
whoever is
so-
talking NMM2.
So NMM2. Let's stop talking about NMM2.
Exactly.
NMM2 is an NSRC
Hey,
thing that they've done to basically try and separate the NMM that they are doing from what we would call classic monitoring.
Yeah.
They're just using the new age tools.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's still V1, right? It's just using some pretty tools. So is Greylog 2 like NMM2? Look, it probably is. It does more than syslog and rsyslog, so it's there. What's the difference between port 1514 and 514? Well, 1514 just means you don't have to run syslog as root. That's pretty
Exactly.
much it.
remember that, guys?
Anything
Anything below
1024,
102,
well, 1023 and on.
102.3,
So
and
this
now is a standard port, which means like
has to run privileged.
you need to run it under privilege mode.
Which of the log management tools has log shipping feature where it can be archived, moved to backup? So Greylog can do it. rsyslog can do it. Syslog can do it. They can all do it. So it doesn't matter which tool you use. If we have to do vulnerability assessment along with log management, which tool will best serve this purpose? E.g. Greylog and Suricata, or is there a standalone tool suffice? Depends on how deep your pockets are.
We mentioned Splunk a couple
I
of
mentioned
times.
Splunk. I've also used Network Detective in the past. It's another good one, and much lower cost than Splunk. So if you're just doing network assessments and security assessments, Network Detective is good, and it's not stupidly priced.
And I'll go with Greylog for sure. Because
Absolutely.
it's absolutely open source, right? Except for certain features, right?
Is there a way to segregate logs in Greylog? Yes and no.
It depends
So-
what you mean by.
Depends what you mean by segregate. So I'm guessing you are probably talking from an access standpoint. So if you've got privileged users versus non-privileged users seeing those logs, is that what we're referring to? Whoever asked that question?
Can you turn on your mic and maybe?
Yeah, give us a bit more info about that.
The last question.
Whoever asked that last question.
Hello. Hello. sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, it was me that asked that question, the way to
Yep.
segregate the logs. In our company, we use the Greylog recently to store the logs. And until now, we have only installed Greylog sidecar agent in Windows, and all the logs from Windows are sent to Greylog. And there, like, lots of logs are coming in the Greylog, like Windows filtering platform, Windows update. So that question, what it meant was, is there a way to, like, segregate logs, like if it's for Windows update and Windows update, or like any like Windows filtering platform, then Windows filtering platform, like kind of like segregating. So that what
Right.
it
Mm,
Okay. In that respect, probably no.
yeah, start from
So start from the source.
source.
All right. So Greylog itself it's a collector normalizer indexer. Okay. So just look at it that way purely. It doesn't care what you're feeding it.
Exactly.
It's just a log entry.
Exactly.
So remember my statement earlier. I used Greylog for a specific purpose. I used to use it for other things as well. But that one specific purpose, because Greylog isn't as heavyweight as some of the others, I stood up a specific Greylog instance for that one purpose, nothing else. That's all it was used for. So you could take that approach, stick all your Windows stuff into a specific Greylog instance,
Yes.
stick your network into another Greylog instance. That way you haven't got, say, network admins and sysadmins looking at the same data.
So I think this fix will be more on the agent side. Because
Yes.
if you can actually define on the agent side what to push. Because like Dave said, Greylock will ingest pretty much anything your agent throws at it, and it'll store that, right?
Yep.
So yeah, if you could, but if you have a specific analysis that you want to do, maybe have you turned on Elasticsearch also, or just the Greylock and MongoDB for now?
Also, Elasticsearch and MongoDB together in Greylock server.
Okay, so you've got all of them. Nice.
Then you have the ability to.
Yeah, I was going to say,
things.
yeah, I was going to say from the Elasticsearch side, so don't use Greylock as your UI, use Elasticsearch as UI, and build yourself a nice set of filters.
Yes, you can filter it even at the UI level.
That's right.
Right. But I didn't catch your name.
That's Chimmy.
Chimmy. Yeah, Chimmy, my request would be please think of reevaluating your agent and what it pushes. I like Dave's idea that maybe for Windows instances, have an agent that only pushes those to a separate
Instance.
You have another agent that looks at your network gears, Cisco gears, let's say, and feeds only those to that particular instance, so that when you then feed them to your visualization tool, it's easy, neat, right?
Mm.
One option.
Yeah. Like we said, there's no right or wrong way. It's just what works.
Yeah.
So if it's easier to do that and it meets the purpose, do that.
Yeah, Chimmy, by the sounds of it, I think you have gone with the lock stock install and hoping that the install will do some magic. Our request would be go tune the install now. Yes, you have installed the whole lock stock Greylock stack. If you now could tune a bit, right? Even on Greylock itself, before it feeds your DBs, you can tell Greylock to filter out things. So maybe you have to look at the config files and make sure that you can actually tune it to your needs.
Mm-hmm.
Else, it does what it's supposed to do. It's pulling everything your agent is throwing. It's accepting them. So yeah, less on the tool side, more on the admin side, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Reference to push Greylock to Grafana. I'd say do your own research on that because there's plenty of how-tos on integrating Greylock with other platforms. So it should be easy enough to Google through that one.
So basic idea is your Grafana now starts pointing to your Elasticsearch or your MongoDB on the Greylock.
Yep. Can you do Grafana into Mongo? Yeah, you can. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, you'd have Greylock talking to Mongo and you'd have Grafana talking to Mongo. So that's easy enough. All right, let's moving along. Everyone into our Word doc. We're going to do some lab assignments. Please put your name against a machine. Put your name in there, starting on jump host 1 here. And then we'll start talking about the labs that we're going to do. We're running a little bit behind. So start at the top, please. Don't start in the middle. Start at host 1. Because otherwise I'll just shuffle you around.
Jump to MNO PC call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'll come back.
Cool. For those that need the link, I'll throw it in the chat again. And we'll talk about how we can get into the environment and how we connect to our machines. Ideally, we'd like to be doing this face to face. It'd be a whole lot easier, but we're not. So. There we go.
Please fill up, guys. Out of 46, we can only see very few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 of you from 46. Rest of you,
46.
please.
Minus 4, 42.
Yeah,
I should
42.
have these labs full. While you're doing that, let's go back a page. So you need a few bits of info for this one. So first thing you need is lab information. So let me zoom in. There we go. This is our lab topology. Let me turn on annotation. So you each have a router and a server. We also have another couple of switches, another router here, and we've got some infrastructure servers over here. Also, which isn't drawn in here, is an OOB network. We all know what that means now, out of band. So you'll actually be connecting in via this out of band. So there's another switch here, and that is connected to your servers. Also down here is our numbering scheme for our internal resources. So if you are group 1, then your group 1 router's external interface is 100.100.249.x. If you're group 1, that is .1. Your internal interface is 19, you've got a /24 in here. So you've got 192.168.x.0/24. So if you are group 1, you are 1.024, 2.024, etc. In this out of band network, our out of band network is 172, and we go through this further down, 172.18.30.x. So once you connect it to our jump host, once you connect to the jump host, if you are group 1 server, you will connect to 172.18.30.1. If you are group 2, 30.2, and so forth up to .20. Is everyone clear on that? So that's our topology. Bit of data there for the switch access, namings, etc. Some credentials. So all of your routers are APNIC, username, password, training, and the enable password is training. For the servers, APNIC, training, and your sudo password is training, because you will have to run a sudo from time to time. You close the door too hard. Lock yourself out. Lock yourself out. I think you're right. So, as I said, we'll be doing lab access. We'll be connecting to a jump host or bastion host, whatever you want to call it. So when you connect to the jump host, that is the IP we've got here. So if you are on jump host 1, you're going to connect to 202.125.97.71. You're going to do that with PuTTY SSH terminal, SSH application of choice. Make sure you know your tool, because there are points here where you're going to need to build some tunnels. Now, if you are running Windows 10 or Mac OS, you have a native SSH client built in. So you can just open up command prompt and type in SSH lab at 202.125.97.71 or 72, depending on which one you are in. Once you're connected onto the jump host, then you're going to connect to your group server. This is going to be using our out of band network. So this is where we'll use that APNIC and training password. So APNIC at 172.18.30.1 through 20, depending on which one you have. Now, some of these labs, especially the Greylog lab, because we have a web interface, you will need to create tunnels. So you'll note here for the Greylog lab, and once we get there, it'll all become a whole lot clearer. Create a separate, open up another command prompt, and you're going to create a separate SSH session. to our jump host. So, and we're going to do some port redirection. So -L means local. We're going to use a source port of 9000, connecting to our out of band server port IP address to a destination of port 9000. If you're going to use PuTTY, I think I've got, yes. So in the in this lab information document, I've actually got some images there. So if you're using PuTTY, once you've actually put in your session info here, once you put your session info in, you have to go into tunnels, and in tunnels, you have to specify local, auto, it should already be set to that, and then you specify your source and destination ports there, and then you click add, and it'll bring it up there. But if you're just using good old native SSH client, you can just use the command line version of doing that. Let me just clear these annotations. So this is a fairly generic lab guide because we do this, we've used this for all of our NMM labs. So there's the instructions for our Flow and NFSEN labs and Libra NMS and Nagios labs, etc. But creating the tunnel is the same for all of them. It's just different ports. So in the lab guide, where we specify that, refer to the lab information document. If you're doing this lab remotely, this is the document I'm talking about. Fortunately for the first two labs, we don't actually have to do that. So let me just open this up a new tab. So how are we going on this? Let's have a look.
Oh, we only have 8 at the moment. Guys,
8, and I've got 42 people. Come on, guys. Please. 42 people in the room that are capable of doing it, and I've got 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 people. Whichever Sonam that is, can you move up to the other jump host, please? Want to fill up one host before I open up another one? Do we need to create an APNIC account to fill the form? No, you do not. If you just open the
I think some people are not able to access that that document.
If you open it in an incognito window, so if you've already got a Microsoft account, that's probably the issue. Open it in an incognito window or a private browsing window. It should work.
Okay. Is it not the problem with the read only?
There's 2 links on the page. So there's 2 links here. There's the ask questions here, expires the 3rd of November, and there's the read only. Use the top link. If you're having problems, let me know and I will fill you. If you want me to add your name on, let me know. Homer, do you want me to put your name on there? No problem. Emma. And then go. There we go. So you are on Group 6 on jump host 1, 202.125.97.1. Anyone else need help? Cool. You will be number 4 on jump host 1, Tula. Can't type today. Who's next? Another one. Yeah. Whoa, slow down. grab this so I can process in order. I don't know why you guys can't access the document. Who else have I got here? I had a Kinley. Whoa.
Dave, I am filling some for you. That's fine,
Oh,
right?
cool. Yep. Okay. You want to start at the bottom? I'll start at the top.
David, what's the password for the group server? I'm able to log in, but it's not training. Yeah.
It should be, so which server, the jump host or the group server?
Group server.
So group server is APNIC and training.
I'm not getting the prompt for the username. I'm just getting it for the thing, for the password.
Okay. So if you're on, so did you log in as APNIC at 172 or just SSH 172?
Yeah,
Okay, so
yes.
it should just be training.
Let me try one second. No, it's not accepting training. It's all on lowercase. I tried with lowercase.
Give me a sec. I'll have a quick look. 97.
30.
Which jump host? Sorry, which group server are
30.1.
you?
Yeah, 30.1.
30.1.
One. Yeah.
So I'm on jump host 1. Let me begin this. SSH APNIC at 172.18.30.1. Looks right to me. Straight in. APNIC and training.
Yeah. Okay.
So password's definitely right.
Am I into the wrong group server? Group 1 server. Yes, that's right. So I am using a terminal on Windows. Is it the issue with that, or should I use a PUT?
No, should be fine. I'll do it in Windows. Hang on. Let me just open up command prompt. I also run Linux on my Windows machine as well. Let me try and biggen that. Yes, I can. So this is my Windows, SSH APNIC at 202.125.97.71. So that's our jump host. Password, sorry, it's not APNIC, it's lab at for this one. As per the document, lab, to get onto the jump host and training. And then onto there, it is SSH 202.172 APNIC at 172.18.30.1. Training. Yep, looks good.
I'll just send you a screen snap of a error message I'm getting.
Sure.
This is the one. So,
Also, whilst everyone's getting in this doco above here, and I'll paste the link over, is our Discord server. So if you want to chat and put screenshots and stuff, do that over there. I'll post that into chat. So if you haven't got a Discord account, we've got details there on how to join a Discord server. It's free. This is what it looks like. So we've got 2 separate channels here. So if you can keep your comms in your respective channels, it'll make life a bit easier. And if you need attention from myself or Tashi, just do at btNOG8 and that'll flag me. I'll get a notification. But I'll also see it come up in bold, so I'll know someone's chatting in there.
It's asking me to check my internet connection or proxy settings when I'm trying to log into the group service.
I'm trying to log in.
I'll send you the screenshot.
Yep, sure.
Prompting me to put in the password, but it's not accepting it.
Yep, send me a screenshot so I can see what's going on.
I have shared it on the chat, on the group chat.
Oh, yep, there it is. Just got it.
No. So let's try.
It's connected. You're on the group server. So you're in the right place.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Yes, thank you.
Yep, that's all good. That's where you need to be. All right, let me grab that. So I've got people logged into 1, 2, 5, 7, and 11, and 20 on jump host 1. Anyone else having problems? The nice thing about these labs is you're not necessarily reliant on your neighbor. Right, I'm going to go through the lab brief. So with this syslog NG lab, what we're going to do, as Tashi said, we're already running our syslog. Yeah, so we actually need to install syslog. So first thing you do is an apt-get update, and then we're going to install the syslog NG and NG core packages. Once you've installed it, make sure it's there so you can just execute a version. Then you're going to go and configure your syslog-ng.conf file. So you can either use VI, you can use Nano, you can use Joe, editor of your choice. If the editor isn't there, just install it. But if you're familiar with VI, use VI. If you're not familiar with VI, use Nano. Then you're going to look for these lines. So source, and then we're going to add UDP. So why are we doing that? Because we need to tell syslog that we're going to accept remote connections. So we want to accept those remote connections. So once we've done that, go and save and exit. Now, we also have these things called include files. So you go and have a look at the end of the file. You'll see at the bottom that will include anything that's in this syslog ng conf.d folder. So anything that's in there will be processed by syslog. So we're going to create one for our router. So you've got a router connected to your machine. So it will look something like this. You can pretty much cut and paste this straight in. Now, if you are cutting and pasting from a PDF, listen up, everyone. If you're going to cut and paste from this document, paste it into Notepad first, or Notepad++, or editor of your choice on your local machine. The reason I say that is there may be some non-printable characters or something in here that the PDF has rendered. If you try and paste them straight into your terminal window, it may not be right. So paste them out into Notepad, then copy them back in again. So if we have a look, we're going to store all of our logs in btNOG8. So we need to create the folder. Then we need to restart our syslog process. Once it's running, check and make sure that it is actually running. And we'll also do a netstat and check that we are listening on port 514. And from our group server, you're going to connect to your router. If you do not know how to connect to a router, then you didn't do the prerequisites. But we will just use SSH. So SSH APNIC at 192.168.x.10. This is all in the lab info guide. We're going to enable logging. We're going to say which logging facility we've got, and we're going to log user info, exit, and do a write memory. Do a show logging to make sure that it's actually doing what it says it's doing. And then we can actually check our log on our server. So this whole lab should take you no more than 10 minutes. I can do it in about 3. So any questions on the lab before you get into it? If you're not already on the Discord server, head to the Discord server. I'll put the link in again. Join over there and talk in your jump host. I'll be monitoring the Discord server for questions or issues. Try not to post them into the Zoom chat, please. They'll be really handy. And I might also pause the recording because the lab bits are quite boring. Turned on and we're listening on port 514 and also TCP 514. We can actually check that the configuration is correct. So we'll execute this command here to check the config. I'm actually sharing a screen. No, I'm not. Let me share my main screen so you can all see what I'm highlighting. And then once you've verified that your new configuration is correct, you can restart syslog, syslog. Check and make sure it's running, same command as before. Make sure we're listening on port 514 as that's our default syslog port. Then we're going to configure our router. Should be the same, shouldn't need to change that. And then we're just going to verify that we are receiving that syslog data from our router. Now, this last step, step 5, do not run this against your own server. If you run rsyslog on your server to yourself, you will fill your logs up in about 5 seconds flat. Don't do that. Okay, so don't do step 5. Repeat after me. Don't do step 5 on the rsyslog lab. All right. So there isn't a lot of difference in terms of syslog and rsyslog from an installation and running standpoint. Now, Greylog gets a bit more interesting. So you'll have to reference the Greylog lab notes and the lab information handout because we have to set up a tunnel. So again, we're going to install some transports. We're going to install Java because Greylog needs Java. It's about the only thing I don't like about Greylog is its Java requirement and a few other dependent packages. We're going to make sure that the universe repository is there. It should be. So if you do get that error, you may have to add the universe repository, but it should be there. So then we're going to install MongoDB. Again, follow the steps. It should just work. And then we're going to install Elasticsearch. Now, this Elasticsearch install is going to take a while. It's very big. It's very heavy. So that's why I'm giving you the brief on it now, because you can get it started and have it running whilst we're doing the other bits, whilst we're doing the theory for the ticketing lab, okay? You'll modify the Elasticsearch config. Now it's a YAML file, .yml. Be very careful with your YAML file because it is very sensitive about spaces. So any spaces you see are spaces, they're not tabs. So everything is indented by 2, but this should work if you cut and paste it exactly as is. We have to do some options to deal with our low memory, and then we can reload the daemons. Then we can restart Elasticsearch. Then we can install Greylog. So there's a lot involved in this lab. That's why I'm saying get a start on some of these longer parts while we're doing the other theory. Greylog configuration, again, is another cut and paste. Server configuration, we just need to replace some content within the file. Then we're going to reload it. If Greylog's running, you'll see some validation in the server.log file. And this note here, if you're doing the online remote lab, refer to the lab guide for instructions on creating a tunnel. So that is in the lab information handout. We give you an example for doing it for Libre NMS. But if you scroll down a bit further, you'll see the Greylog lab. So it's a tunnel, it's similar, but we're using different destination ports. So you'll use the -L 9000, destination 9000, or if you're doing it with PuTTY, you're going to use source port 9000 and :9000 on your destination. But I don't think any of you are using PuTTY, so that should be fine. So once you've done that, then you are going to, where is it? Greylog, here it is. Then you're going to open a browser. So obviously you're not going to go to group server apnictraining.net. It's going to be the same as per the Libre NMS. So you're going to go to 172, localhost :9000. Then you'll need to create an input pipeline. So this is all done through the Greylog UI. There's some screenshots there for you. And then you're going to log into your router. Notice we're using a different UDP port, using 5144. So we'll have to change our router to suit. Then when you go to the streams, you'll be able to see those Greylog messages, okay? So work through that. Like I said, there's bits there that are going to take a little while, 7 to 10 minutes at each step whilst it's installing things, because it's fairly big and it's fairly heavy. So whilst that's happening, we can do the theory for the ticketing. So let me jump over here. Got it there. Let me find it. Yeah, I'll minimize that window so I can start seeing some desktop again. There we go. Irving and hit play. All right. Turn my inky stick back on. There we go. All right. So what are we going to talk about? Why is ticketing important? We'll talk about what is considered to be a fairly standard workflow for a ticketing system, generic features and components, how we can save time. We'll look at recommendations for best practices. We'll also talk about deployment, integration, analytics, reporting. So we're going to be covering a fair bit, and I'm going to move through it fairly quickly. So I haven't got a lot of time, as Tashi will have to take over in about 10 minutes. Right, what is a ticketing system? Basically, a ticketing system is just something that helps us gather data from either alert systems or users or colleagues, and allows us to store this information in a central spot so that we're actually gathering data and metrics around our user experiences and our user environments, as well as faults from our devices. We can use it for internal IT support, infrastructure, external, or all at once. The first ticketing systems were used in ancient Greece. So why did they bring in a ticketing system? So that only an authorized person could get into a theatre. The people running the show could actually have a count on the audience. And if they need any other facilities, they can make it available by showing their tickets. So without a ticketing system, what can you do? So someone calls up, or you've got some email. I've taken that call, I've read that email, I've acted on it, who knows? Does anybody else know? Maybe people are recording this data in a spreadsheet. Our managers and supervisors don't know who's responsible or who's actually looking after a particular event or issue. Customers may not be updated. What if Dave goes on holidays tomorrow and forgets to tell Tashi about 14 things he's working on, and one of those people rings up, Tashi doesn't know what I'm doing. And problems remain unsolved due to poor management. This is the biggest thing. Like I said, who's been talking to Cisco TAC? You log a ticket, it gets passed around, handed along. Nobody actually works on the ticket because it's the end of their shift, so they hand it on to somebody else who gets a load of P1s or priority ones and never gets around to yours. They pass it on to the next guy. 3 days later, you still haven't got a response. So we wind up with issues like this. So why is it necessary? So let's look at a service provider. We've got a user, they're complaining about a slow browsing experience through an email to our help desk. We've assigned an engineer, and the engineer has all of that client information. The engineer then communicates with the user, but got another person within the house or the organization from the complainer. So he was given, checked the information he was given, asked a few more details. The engineer reboots the gateway, resolves the problem. Engineer closes the ticket, and he tells the person what he did to resolve it. Now, the important thing to take note of here is we've got an email that's come in, but they got a different person. So they didn't actually get the person that actually complained, but they did resolve the problem. So everything's working again, right? Well, the engineer thinks so. The end user calls up again, same problem. Ticket was assigned to the next available engineer. This engineer checked the previous support history and then talked with the person who made the complaint. And then they get more information from that person. So without having that previous information, the new engineer doesn't know what actually happened. So having that info, he now knows what's going on. He will then go and say, do a net flow, do a PCAP on the link. And by looking at that, he found some other things that were going on. So some other strange activity. Based on this, they recommended that that user cleans up their workstation, might have a virus or something, but the previous engineer not being able to talk to the actual complainer didn't know what the full problem was, right? So what can we get out of this? How many issues have they logged? They've logged 2 issues. How much time was spent in the support process? You've had 2 different engineers looking at one problem. One guy thought he fixed it. The other guy didn't. Which one was more efficient? Who was the one who actually got to the root cause? It was the second guy. So when we have to conduct productive support, what do we mean by that? It's all well and good saying, yep, I'll take this ticket, I'll fix the problem, I'll reboot the router. But if the router reboot is just masking an issue, then is that really the right answer? Does the assigned engineer maintain a standard operations policy or a standard operating procedure? Whilst at the level 1, reboot your devices is a pretty normal type response, had the person been able to, the engineer been able to talk to the end user at the time, they may have avoided that second call from the end user. And was it dealt with within the SLA? So what do we mean by the SLA? Everybody will know what a service level agreement is. That will include things like a response time. So I've contacted you with a fault. How long do I have to respond to that under my SLA? If it's a site down and I've got 200 users offline, I might have within my terms of my SLA, my service level agreement, that I have to respond to you within an hour. What does response actually mean? That's a bit grey. Response time typically means you've sent me an email or you've contacted me and I've acknowledged the fact that you have raised an issue. Not expecting you to fix that issue in that time frame, but that is what the response time SLA is. So there's multiple SLAs and we'll talk about those as we go through. So systems can report faults too. So all of the things that we've talked about, smoke ping, SNMP feeding into a syslog collector or into Zabbix or some other alerting mechanism. Services not running, sending alerts, routers flapping, BGP lost peers. All of those can be logged as events and logged as tickets. So this is a fairly typical workflow. So you'll have the customer will raise a query. That will go into the ticket system and a request will be raised with the help desk. Help desk and text will communicate. That might be a bit of backward and forward there. The equipment or the issue will be resolved. The technician will report back to the help desk saying, hey, we've fixed it. We send a response back via the ticket system to the customer. So it's a fairly closed loop. They're also within here, the customer has to acknowledge that they've actually received some communication from us. There also might be a bit of backward and forward here where we may need to gain further information. It may even be escalated and it might be here to here. So the technicians may be talking directly to the customers. It's going to depend on what the issue is. And like I said, this is a fairly generic ticketing workflow. Most ticketing vendors, software vendors, will generally have some fairly standard pre-rolled workflows. So what does my ticketing system really need? Well, ideally, you want an API and at least email integration. You also will need to be able to add your users, put your users into groups and give them roles. Users are users. A user can be a member of many groups and roles can be assigned either on a per group or a per user basis. So for instance, you may have multiple ticketing queues within your system, with your ticketing system. You might have internet infrastructure, you might have server infrastructure, you might have specific application queues. So your network engineers, for instance, may not be sitting in the infrastructure queue. So you create groups for those. When we talk about roles, we're talking much like an administrative type roles. So obviously you wouldn't want one of your help desk users being able to delete tickets. So their role would not allow ticket deletion. It may allow ticket merging. So customers sent the same request through twice, and you might want to merge those two tickets together, but they can't delete the ticket. You don't want help desk agents being able to remove traces that they've actually done or not done something, okay? We want to be able to search, and we want to be able to put workflows in. Why do we want to search? I could probably look up the history of a problem. I could put in some keywords on an error that the user is getting to see if somebody else has had that issue. Saves me some time as the help desk agent, right? If somebody's already seen that problem, why should I reinvent the wheel? At least it gives me a starting point. Workflows. What do I mean by workflows? So I might have a workflow where an email comes in, it creates a ticket. I get that ticket. I don't know how to do this. It's outside of my skill set, and I can escalate it. So that will then trigger a workflow, which will notify the next level team, at which point they will take that ticket over. Once they've worked on it, they may hand it back to me or talk directly to the end user. There's multiple ways of doing it. There is not necessarily a 100% right way, like most things we've talked about. And reporting and analytics. Being able to classify your fault types is a good one. So you know what sort of faults you're seeing, which could also give you an indication as to problems that may be occurring that you didn't know about. Good one is always Microsoft updates. Every once in a while, Microsoft get it wrong. You've got help desk agents taking calls. You're getting a big flood of calls over a week as updates roll out. The first couple are fairly innocuous, but then by day 3, you're going, okay, there's a pattern here. So being able to report on that and actually do some analytics on your tickets helps with that. Pretty much touched on this already. So users, groups, and roles. Users are people, groups, collections, and roles are a set of permissions. So sales have permission to read, not update. Help desk might be able to read, not update. Network ops tickets. So you might be able to see tickets from other people's queues and ticket boards. So workflows, we've spoken about this. Ticket systems can pass through a workflow. It helps with business process. And it also ensures that SLAs are met. Talked about the response time SLA, the fact that somebody has sent an email to you, your workflow says, create a ticket, automatically send the ticket back send the ticket notification back to the customer. Check, we've met our response time SLA. And auto escalating. So I've left a ticket that's about to expire SLA. We escalate it to the next team. Now that could be because my team's too busy, but we just want to make sure that we're not going to miss that SLA. APIs and email integration. So API stands for Application Programming Interfaces. It's a way for us to feed data in, pull data out of dissimilar systems and be able to share information between them through a programmatic way. So things like inbound integrations for things like SmokePing, Nagios, Libra, etc. Or the straight emails, the most common one. Being able to have email feed straight into your ticketing system. Outbound, we could do Slack channel alerts. That one's really handy. You get an alert come in from one of your routers, it creates a ticket, and then that pings off to a Slack channel. Or you might use PagerDuty or OpsGenie if it's a SEP3 router offline or SEP1 router offline. And it might go through the PagerDuty workflow or the OpsGenie workflow. And of course, good old email. Reporting and analytics, again, I've already touched on this. Some customers are putting in more tickets. What is the problem? Is it user education? Is it user equipment age? Is it a bad piece of copper between your DSLAM and your user? Is that user filing tickets for low speed all the time? So looking at those sort of metrics. Are some services less reliable? Am I seeing issues with everybody living off this, connecting off this POP or this particular BNG? And things like how long does it take to resolve? So whether for a particular class of user or a product. And are some teams resolving tickets more quickly? Could be a legitimate reason for other teams being slower because they're doing more complex issues. But you should at least have a view into that to work out what you need to do there. If that second team is taking longer to resolve tickets, maybe it's because they're understaffed and you need to put more bodies in that particular department. Everyone's overworked and they're all clocking 60 hours a week. So it helps with the management side as well. A couple of well-known ticketing systems. So OS Ticket is available as cloud or on-prem. Good old RT or request tracker. So if you send a ticket into help desk for APNIC, for instance, we use request tracker, RT. Also OTRS and Spiceworks. So there's just a sample of them. There are so many ticketing systems, so many. There's SaaS-based ones. There are ticketing systems that are based around particular industry types. So within the managed service provider industry, there's ConnectWise, it's a specific one. There's also Kaseya, there's a few others. So there's not just these, but these ones are in heavy use. So we'll talk about OS Ticket because that's what our lab is based on. So it was first released in 2003 and tickets are created through email and also by help desk staff directly into the UI or from a call from a customer and you manually enter it. You can auto respond with predefined templates. Hi, thanks, we've received your support request. One of our staff will be in touch with you in the next 60 minutes. We've got flexible settings for things like email alerts, notifications, so they can automatically update. We can use templates to do those as well. We can integrate it with other monitoring and alert tools, and it's open source. There are paid subscription models, as there usually is for most open source software, and it's built on our trusty, reliable LAMP stack. Do we know what the LAMP stack is? Anyone? LAMP stack. What is the LAMP stack?
Come on, people,
Come on,
please.
guys. This is standard stuff.
Anyone in this room use Linux at all?
Yep. Linux is the first
Yeah,
bit.
Ganesh. Linux. Try L is for that. Then what?
Apache, yeah.
Mhm.
Linux, Apache, MySQL. Thanks, Sonam.
Mhm.
What's the P? What's the P? PHP. That's it. Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. So they're our things in our LAMP stack. It's a fairly common development stack, starting to look a little bit dated. So what's the best practices for deployment? You need to look at things like your data volume, how much you're going to store. We need to look at things like access control. If you're only going to use it for internal use, do we need to expose these services to the outside world? Or some of these systems will actually allow you to give customers like a sub-agency or a sub-account. So if you've got somebody with in-house IT, they may want to log tickets directly into your system. You should also make sure you're following the security best practices when you're deploying LAMP stacks. Work with the principles of least trust, as always. Admin users should have two-factor authentication, and you should also monitor this server like you do anything else. So just because it's your ticketing system doesn't mean you don't monitor it. Don't look at its disk usage. Make sure disk, memory, and CPU are your three things you really need to look at. Okay. Make sure you're not running out of disk space. Make sure your disk isn't slow. Make sure you're using some fast storage because you've got a database there, and make sure your memory usage isn't too high. All right. So I was going to jump through that pretty quickly. Any questions about ticketing systems?
How many of you in this room actually use a ticketing system? Yeah, minus Dave. Minus Dave. BT folks, I would like to, especially the ISPs.
Spiceworks, yeah.
Ticketing system. Yes, Spiceworks, great.
Good.
So rest of us, best effort, right? Service. I look at it when I have time. Is that the approach that we take, or no need for a ticketing system? As in when I'm free, I'll go have a look at what the issue was that the customer wanted. Anyways, maybe now is a good time to implement, right?
So let me just quickly check the doc and see if anybody's added anything in there whilst we've been talking.
I'm trying to answer some of the questions there, Dave.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's all good.
Yeah.
All right. So, like I said, ticketing isn't difficult. You've just got to think about it when you're setting it up. So think about the different things you need to support. Think about the different tiers or levels of support that you need to offer. Think about the skill sets of the people that are offering that support. So you can actually create service boards or ticket queues, we'll call them, for, say, specific applications or specific services. And you're making sure you're assigning the right people to those. Make sure you have an escalation matrix. This is the one where everybody falls over. Escalation matrices are important. Make sure you publish your escalation matrix so that your end users know that, hey, if I'm not getting a response out of here, who do I need to talk to next? And provide real contact details. Remember, these are customers. These are people that are giving you money, or they're your own employees. Happy employee leaves you alone, right? Fix their problems. They're happy. They come to work. If you don't give them that support service, even as an internal staff member, they're going to get disgruntled and they're going to look to work somewhere else. So there's a lot of things that, you know, everyone goes, oh, it's just a ticketing system. But when your revenue is based around giving a quality level of support, what's to stop them from, if you don't give them that level of support, they're ringing up for the same thing every week, but you don't know that they're ringing up for the same thing every week. They're going to go and talk to your competitors. So ticketing helps with things like customer retention. So don't just think of it as, oh, it's just a log of all of my issues and all the problems we're having. It's more than that. Is that clear for everyone? Give me a thumbs up. Yep. Thanks, Ganesh. All right. I'm going to hand over to Tashi now because I actually have to run. Do you want to work from there or do you want to come in here?
I think I'll work from here, Dave. All
Okay.
good. So yeah, folks, since Dave has now covered all the theory aspects, I think we're done with the theories, Dave, I reckon.
Yep. We are.
Yep. So Sonam and Manoj, can we get folks to at least wrap up the previous labs? Because I was hoping that by the time I come back there, folks would have finished the log management bits, and then we would be doing the OS ticket labs by now. But anyways, the point is not to finish whatever we have on the session, but to make sure that whatever you do it right, you understand things. So Sonam, from a lab, where is the latest update? Where are we at?
We were like doing side by side the labs, and
So which lab are we up to now? RSS log?
Yes.
All right, folks. Let's do the labs, please. Those of you who are doing RSS log lab, let's do RSS log lab in the chat. I also see Ganesh. I think there was a Discord channel Dave had going. Where is the link to the Discord?
It's in the Word file, Lata.
Yep. So there you go, folks. Ganesh, anything specific to the lab, if you could push it to the Discord, because that way you can also share snippets or screen grabs instead of the Zoom chat, that'd be really appreciated. And Sonam or Manoj or myself can then have a look at what issue you're having. All right, I'll hand it over to Manoj and Sonam to drive the labs. I'm around, I'm answering some questions in the documents. Feel free to call me out.
Lasata. Lasla, everyone out there, where have you reached? If you could at least update on the chat. Or if you're stuck somewhere, let us know, please. Maybe we have to set some time. It's 2:50 at the moment. How long should we give for this lab?
For RSS log, Manoj, let us be generous, maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes more. Yeah. So
yeah.
That will be 3:10. Yeah. Okay. So everyone, 3:10 p.m. UTC +6. Our RSS server. I put it on the chat. Atashi, it's already 3:15. What would you like to do? If you could let us know. Most of them are having problem with the latency, cannot download and all.
It's only the jump host one that has issues. I don't see any issues with jump host two. So I'm trying to see what's the backend issue. Ganesh, I think you can continue using it. I just checked your machine. I tried to clean up some of the backend. Ganesh, can you confirm if you have access? Let's do it one by one. And let me see who else is struggling on. Oh, okay, Ganesh, you are done. So numb. Why are we all on the general server? Sonam. Let me check Sonam's problem. Where is Sonam? 17.10, which means you are. Yes. Sonam, let me check yours. Manoj, just give me a sec. So who else on jump host one are struggling? Ganesh was struggling. Sonam Hunsu, I think, is struggling. Jump host two is going okay. Everyone good with jump host two? Okay, Ganesh says he's okay there. Cho, 30.5. Oh, just a sec, guys. I think the backend Steve is quite stuffed up. Let me. Damche, what is your issue? Hey, Damche, can you turn on your? Damche is having what?
Ganesh.
Ata, his app kit is not working. The
Okay,
screen,
yeah, I just saw his.
yeah,
just saw his
the
Discord. So let me.
screenshot which he shared, it's like he's trying to run from the jump host and not the server. So we told him to do it from the server, but he said it's not working.
The jump host is hardened, folks, so you can't run most of the commands there. You need to be on your own machine, please. Damche, let me see what fail error you get. It's just that bad latency and then timeouts. Damche, are you still having that same issue? Okay.
Hello.
Yes, Damche, you can speak.
Yeah, getting same issue.
You mean that failure issue when you're doing an app update?
Yes.
Yes.
Through my servers.
Okay. All right, Damche. I'm on your machine. Let's see. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Mhm. 5. Namche is group 5. Let me see. Namche, are you on your machine?
Yes, sir.
I think we both are on the machine. Did you just log in or can you run apt update now?
Yes, I'm running my.
Is it looking okay now?
So it says 0% waiting for header. It's connecting to 100.250.12.
That should be the APK. Can you terminate your session? Let's stop your control C.
Done.
Then let me check.
Sure.
Mm, Namche, are you 30.5?
Yes, sir.
30.5. Uh, Give it a try, Damche. Let me know.
Sure. So it says could not get lock var library app and list locks, and also says unable to lock directories. Says resource temporarily unavailable.
Oh, sorry, Damche. I thought I was talking to you. Can you type who on your machine on your server just to see how many sessions do you see?
Sure.
Just type who on the CLI.
Just once appnik pts 0.
Just okay. And let me log in. Check now.
Now it's showing 2, sir.
That's me.
It's 0
Let
and 1.
me see if I can do the update for you. Seems like that previous commands are still hanging. Let me check that. Damche, can you try now? I have cleaned up your repository once. Can you
Sure.
hit the command sudo
Sure.
apt update?
Okay, sir.
Does it give you the same error?
It's on 0% working still. Sir.
Okay, okay. At least that previous error. Okay. I think you had some stale apt repository sitting there previously.
Yes, sir.
La.
For
Yes.
this, to enter into root mode, we have to type su in this for this thing, sir. This is Linux based.
Do
I
with
guess.
sudo. Do with sudo, please. I don't prefer anyone working on a Linux system with sudo but I would prefer you type prepend every command with sudo so that you work through a sudo privilege, not through a root privilege.
No, okay, sir. But the password is supposed to be training for all the credentials, no, sir? But it's not accepting.
Yeah. What you don't understand is When you prepend it with sudo, it's your user account, but we have given that account sudo privilege, right? Versus you going as a root, then if 20 of you go as a root on that machine, it's all root.
Oh, okay.
So Ganesh, you need to understand that currently that APNIC with whatever credential, we have given it sudo privileges. And hence why we have kept that sudo privilege password also as training so that you don't get confused. Else we end up troubleshooting your password problems more than anything.
Yes.
Yeah. So let
Okay.
me fix that router one. Who is router one? Ganesh, that's your router, isn't it?
Yes, sir. That's me, sir.
Is your router reachable?
Yes, sir. I was able to complete a few of the steps earlier. Mm,
Okay. On the router, right?
yes, sir. I think I've completed editing that one. Yes, okay. Filter.
Okay. So are you stuck somewhere at the moment?
Yes, sir. I'm stuck at first labs, third point. So configure router to send syslog.
Still in syslog?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Atha, everyone is still there.
Everyone is stuck in
Wow.
right over here.
Wow, really? Ever since I left that room?
Yes, sir. We had lots of issues with timeout and
And none of you complained to Dave that time when I was on the Mongolian call?
no, we were Dave sir was continuously talking about ticketing, sir, so we couldn't discuss on that.
Jesus Christ. Then let me fix the backend once and for all for everyone. Jump host 2, can I get one of you to confirm if you're having that same issue so that I can correlate what the issue is? Jump host 2, Yishi Choden, you're on jump host 2.
Sir, I'm getting still same field issue even. Hello. Hello. Hello.
People on jump host 2, can you please tell me if you're also having similar issues? Ogen Tomo, do you have any issues or is it just jump host 1?
Hello, sir. Mine is still same.
No, Damche, you're on jump host 1. It's okay. I'm trying to see whether the problem is specific to jump host 1 or not.
Got it.
Manoj and Sonam, is there no one else on jump host 2?
Yes, jump post 2 seems to be okay compared to jump post 1.
All three of us are on jump 2.
Yes. Jump post 2.
So no issues, right, on jump host 2. Okay, let me then just restart the whole jump host 1 environment.
Ms. Srinyangzum, you are saying same issue. Can you let us know what same issue? There are so many things being discussed right now.
Manoj, there seems to be some BGP flap action law, Manoj. Let me look at that.
Oh, last, last.
Router seems to be okay, and it is accessible except for two routers. There's no issue with the routers. Hi everybody. There is no issue with the routers except for two routers. Yes, it's accessible.
Atatashi, it's 4 p.m. here. So how are we going? What should we do? Looks like people are still in the thing, first and second lab. I'm sure no one has reached to the LMS lab. Where have we reached, everyone? Are we on lab number 2 or lab number 3? 2 is the R6, number 3 is the gray log one. Please let us know if in the chat.
Manoj sir, since there is space in jump host 2, can we try on jump host 2? Any of the space?
Yes, you can do that, but please let us know which you are doing so
I
that
will-
someone else does not do that.
Thank you.
Group 12 is free, Mr. Damacho. So if you want, you can use that 12 from jump host 2.
Manoj sir, I'm doing on 14 days. Is it fine, sir?
Yeah, okay, 14. Okay, Chimi, you can use jump host 2 group number 13. Chimi Yangden. Karma Decker is using lab 3 and even Sering Yangzom. Someone can even take lab 20, which is on my name. I'll just take out my name. Lab 20 is also there. Ms. Tashidiki, what is your group server number? Group 7, we can log in Tela. Sonam, if you can take it over.
Group 7 IP address is 192.168.7.10. Okay, 192.168.7.10. Oh, group 7 server. So there is no issue with the group 7 server. You can try once more.
Sonam, Manoj, I'm rebuilding everything now. I'm doing a separate clone of this and we're almost there, or everything is rebooted. So guys, sorry about that. But jump host 2 people, you shouldn't have any issue. But jump host 1, the BGP keeps flapping. There is a core router in the topology which has BGP. And we just chatted with Dave. It seems he tried to clean things up while you guys were on the break, and the symptoms are still back. So we have just tried to clone and fix things. Let's see. One is back now. Yeah.
Tashi, we tried to move some from jump host 1 to jump host 2. So they are working on jump host 2.
Yeah, Sonam, I think that's one approach, but we're almost there. The BGP and everything is coming up on the core router. Let's see where it's heading now. Enable, do that, show BGP sum. Looks good. Let's ping the APT cache. Was it 250? Well, it's quite a packet drop. Okay. It's definitely a issue.
Remember, you've got spring on site routers starting.
Now let's see. Let me jump to SSH. What was that? btNOG8 add. What's I'm on jump host 1. Let me go to group 1. Take Ganesh's IP 172.30.1. Jump host 1, can everyone please don't try to log in into your machines yet until I tell you, please. I'm cleaning things up at the back. I don't want you guys to do parallelly. Jump host 1, everyone, please stop whatever you're doing. I'm trying to fix server 1 first and see if it works there. This is ridiculous, man. But before Tonga and others, we didn't have this many people there.
But we did tell the gap of legends. Not as many do it right.
But it's dead slow for sure.
That's what Dave's been struggling with.
Is it the throughput of? Is it the throughput of the switch?
No, because it's not touching that now. It's going here.
No, but it's not going towards the infra.
Yeah, so it's got nothing to do with that anymore. It's there. That's why we replaced that.
With the CSR, is it? No, but that was the VXR, and VXR shouldn't have any throughput issues unless it's the licensing.
Yeah.
I think we should put a CSR 1000B or the XRB with 1 gig throughput license that we have. But we then eat up everything at the moment we throw XRB there. 50%. Ganesh, I'm on your machine, Ganesh, so please don't log in. I'm just trying to see. Am I on the right speaker? Yeah. All right. Sonam Gatpu. Sonam Penjor.
Yes.
Yes, Atta, we are here.
Hello.
Yes, Atta, hi.
Gatpu, now can we get the jump host 1 folks to now jump back to their jump host first? I've cloned both the jump hosts, both the Eve instance, and I've tested it on one of the servers. It looks okay now. Chimi Youngden, can you please jump to the jump host, access your server and see what issues you have? Chimi?
Okay, sir.
Okay. So that is Chimi Youngden. So let's do it one by one just to confirm.
What about Tashidiki?
Just a sec, because Ganesh, your machine, I have taken control of your machine, so you don't need to jump in there. I'm doing a repo update for you fully. Okay, let me exit out of Ganesh. Ganesh, please take control of your machine. Go to jump host 1 and go. Tashidiki? Yes, Tashidiki says it's working now.
Yes, it's working now, sir.
Okay, cool, everyone. I apologize, okay, because we are running everything on a Eve NG instance, and there are certain licensing issues with some of our routers, virtual routers, and the throughput is so bad. That's why you're seeing latency, but there's something weird with the previous one. So I just cloned everything from jump host 2, Eve NG instance 2, and then I've cloned everything to look like your jump host 1. IP, everything should be same. I have changed everything at the backend, so you don't have to worry about anything new. So can I request, Ganesh, can you access everything okay?
Yes, sir. Now it's fine.
Okay. Chimi Youngden, you said it's okay, right, Chimi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tularam Gale, if you're still around. If you're not, all right. Instead of me going one by one, people on jump host 1, if you can give a thumbs up on Zoom, that would be nice. If it's working for you. Who is that? Tashi Diki. Thanks, Tashi. Ganesh, thanks a lot. Ganesh has given me a thumbs up. Tashi Diki has given me a thumbs up. Anyone else want to give me a thumbs up on jump host 1?
Tula is still trying.
La.
Tula Ram is still trying.
Okay, Sonam Punso, thanks a lot. That's a thumbs up.
So I'm still checking. I'm getting one error saying warning remote host identification change, and there is some SSH 265 something notification.
You need to delete. Okay. Let me share a screen, Tupka. Let me share my terminal. Damche, can you paste that in the Discord? It's more about login, so you need to delete it from your etc host file on your machine first. Damche, can you paste your error into Discord? Then I'll try to help you there. Come on, people. This is 8:30 almost at my end. Sonam and Manoj, apologies for that lab infrastructure. You guys should have, I think they were trying to fix it even when he was here. He saw some BGP issues. We will look at it tomorrow. Anyone has a DOMA that you can share with me?
Virtually, yes.
Manoj. Manoj.
Yes, I have shared in the
Discord?
yes, sir.
All right, let me refresh this. Yes, Sonam, so do you know what? Manoj. Manoj and Sonam Penjor, you need to help Damche to delete his SSH known host. He needs to delete that IP address, the previous one, because the keys don't match. I have spun up a new container for the jump host. So Sonam, what you need to do is, Sonam, you need to actually go on the users under user.ssh.known host in your Windows machine and then delete that 97.91. Estimate. Let me show it here how it is done. Sonam, do you understand what I'm saying? No?
So
Yes,
it's
yes.
Damche actually.
Hey, sorry, not Sonam, Damche.
From
Damche,
the C drive local host, right?
Yes, go to your C user slash. I'm not a Windows guy. I'm a Linux guy. So yeah, go to your C drive. Go on the users. Go on the user. Then there should be a hidden file called .ssh, a hidden folder. Under that, you should have the known host's name, and it should list. Damche, you have to understand what is happening, right? Because you already had a server key in your file for the previous VM .71.
Yep.
I killed that. I have created a new VM, so the SSH key may not match. So that's what it is telling you.
Okay, so I'm just deleting the files.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I can't help you with Windows, but I can give you the logic.
Yeah, found the files. Just delete it.
Okay, you delete it?
Yeah.
Okay, now can you try again from whatever terminal you're using to SSH?
Sure, sir.
So go ahead, SSH lab at 97.71 and tell me if it works.
Tashi?
Yes, Gattu.
Can you enable SSH on router 17.1 and 10.1? I think SSH is not enabled. Yes, cannot SSH to router 17.1 and 10.1.
From where?
From server, user servers.
17.1
and 10.1, 192.168.17.1 and
That's on jump host.
router.
Is that on jump host 1 or jump host 2?
Jump host 2.
Oh. On jump host 2, Mogatpur.
Oh,
So on jump host 2, you want me to go fix 17.1 and 17.2. Let's go there. Need topology. Cut router hang knife. That's for group. Which group was that?
17. Group 17 and group 10.
Group 17, group 10. Let me first look at group. Let me first look at.
Sir, I'm able to log into the jump host and the servers.
Congrats, Damche. Sorry about that. On jump host 2, let me fix that. Seven. Yeah, I walked now. Are you leaving? Are you driving? Did you drive in today?
Yeah.
Can you drop me off? I'll hand this to Manoj and Sonam. 6817.1 and 6810.1.
Oh, sir,
Nah.
it's still the same issue when they try to install the syslog and syslog core. It says resource temporary unavailable again.
On your machine?
Yeah. On
Your
my
host 5, right? First, let me fix your problem. Just a sec. Damche, can you, does it say resource locked?
it says could not get locked, and at the end it says 11
Damche, for that, you need to clean up your repository. So Damche, I'll type something on Discord for you, Nadumo.
Sure. Dikta sir.
Your Shachop, no?
Gila sir.
I assume, no? Damche. At Damche. Use this. Damche, I've given you the command. You need to clean up your APT repo. Damche, copy from that go onwards. Nadumo, on Discord, I've given you the command.
Thank you, sir.
Use that and then you try your install command. Nadu?
Sure.
Now for Sonam, group 17 router. Let me open that.
We do the quiz, then we continue the live. Quiz.
Telnet 192.168.
17.1. 1. Yes.
SSH. This is interesting. One more problem. Who is on 17?
Sonam. Another Sonam. Another Sonam. Sonam.
Is that you?
No, no, other Sonam.
Other Sonam. Boy. can't access. Let me see if I can access someone else's router. Sonam Benjor, is that guy trying to access, whoever is Sonam, are you trying to access your router from the jump host or from your server?
Trying to access from his server.
Yeah, I can access it, Gatu. From the server, I can access it. But if you were having issues, that's his own server. .1 is the router. The fact that my SSH terminates means SSH is working there, and I go training.
That's why I cannot access. I
Oh,
tried.
oh yeah, I know what you mean, Nongsna. Sonam, can you ask Sonam to move to 19 or 20 for now?
Okay. Tashi,
I'm trying-
and yeah, same issue with 10.1 also. So
I use the router, it all looks good. Let me look at that.
And Sonam is no other than our Sonam Namgil, Sompe.
Sonam Penjor,
yes,
Tatpu,
yes. Oh,
why router 1 is working fine.
10.1.
10, router 10. Okay, so I'll go to 30.10 first. Go check. Then 1, then 2. This is becoming. There's right.
Hello, Atta. Sorry to disturb you. There are people sending me direct messages. They wanted to know how long the session is going to go. So anything on that, Atta?
Session, I was thinking that we will keep the lab running because the theories have been covered. How long people want to continue, whether it's from your home or where you want to continue, I was gonna let people decide.
Okay, Atta. And what about the technical quiz? When would you like to do that?
Oh boy, yeah. Should we do the Kahoot?
Yes, because I think let's do that before 5, my suggestion. And
Okay.
after that, we'll keep on working on the labs and the theories.
Yola Manoj. So with Kahoot, how did Dave run it before? Did he give you guys a link? Let me give you a link. There is your
Kahoot.it, www.kahoot.it.
let me
Yes,
share.
I think everyone is aware of that right now. So if you can just give us the pin, yes, there you go. So
There you
we are not eligible, right?
Not you guys, right? At least.
Lasla, then everyone please join the technical quiz. This is a technical quiz. There's only one prize. It's the 5G phone. And please join the game. Even I'll join for fun.
Is the music from my side or someone's side?
That is Kahoot's lovely music, Ata. So it will keep on playing for some time.
All
Till
right,
you start
folks,
the
can you
game.
join? I got Vic. So Vic, should I just start when you're the only player? In the meantime, Manoj, how many people are there? We have 12.
We were 37, Ata. So at least when we reach 30, I think we should start. Please join everyone who is able to hear me. The game pane is on the screen. It is similar to the fun quiz we had during lunch break. So please join. Shoden, Choki, Karma, Bimla, Sangwang, Tole, Billing 2.mis, Choki, Tashi, Karmadenkar, Fubuki, Champachara, all are here. Please join. 20. We want 10 more. And if you have nickname, make sure if you win, you let us know who you are. 22. It's some more. Hmm?
All right, we are 27. $28.
Two more. unless you have so many smartphones, you don't even want the probability of having a new phone, then please do join lah. 5G is coming lah. 5G, it's a phone that will support 5G for both the telcos. Great opportunity lah. Go up. There are 37 people as participants, but only 28. So I'm assuming rest have kept the phone on or something on, and you are doing your own things lah. Please lah. At least 30 di go lah, excluding us. I think there are 3 to 4 of us from the core team.
$29. Come on, guys, just one more.
One more lah.
Else I'm gonna just start.
Coffee and tea, lucky number 30.
Manoj plays bingo, I think.
Tambula.
Oh yeah, Tambula. Yeah.
One more. Please join. As soon as we are 30, we are going to kickstart the game. Just 29. Atta, I think at 4:55 we should start, even if it's 29.
Okay, Manoj, let's start then, right? War, okay for us to start this?
Yes, Atta. Oh, yeah, we are 30 now. Exactly.
All right, folks, we are starting. What are some of the metrics we should monitor? Choose all correct answers.
We've got throughput, latency, packet loss, Spotify playlist.
All right, who do we have? Let's move on. I'm waiting. Who is it? Karma Dunker. Probably looks like you're the fastest out there. All right, everyone ready for the next one? Manoj, you okay?
Yes, Atta, yes, absolutely.
What does OOB stand for? Order of battle, out of box, out of band, out of body.
Oh, moving on. Wow, Karma Dunkar, you are on quite the streak here. All right, folks, the third question. Java is a requirement for running logalize and Graylog. True or false? Make this kind of a tool. Ganesh just jumped up. Karmadunka, that was quite a fall. Hey. Anyways, next question, fourth. Which of these are not monitoring technologies? SNMP, syslog, ping, btNOG mailing list. Yeah. Oh, at least 23 of you got this. Ganesh still up there. Srinyangzum is coming up. Who the hell is ineligible?
MJ, myself.
Yeah,
myself.
someone that isn't eligible, I'm sure. All right, fifth question. Fifth question coming up. What purpose do we log? For what purpose do we log? Troubleshooting, security, compliance, all of the above. All right. Cool. Let's see who is up there on the lead now. Ganesh, man, no one can stop your streak. It seems Srinyangzum ineligible disrupts the whole thing. But Karmadunka, you're not too far away. Give it a try, please. Sixth question of the day. What are some characteristics of Graylog? Centralized log collection, less expensive than similar tools, real-time querying, all of the above. Nicely done. Ganesh. Wow, Karmadanka, you just disappeared. Ugen just popped up. Srinyangzum, you're still up there. The ineligible folks are still there too. All right, second last question of the day. What is the default syslog port? 601, 443, 651, 4514. Wow, Srinyangzum is coming up. Ganesh still up there. Dolly has come in. Ugen has come in. Final question of the day. What are the desired features of a good ticketing system? Choose all of the correct answers. What are the desired features of a good ticketing system? You are supposed to choose all correct answers. API and email integration, reporting and analytics, self-deleting tickets, workflows. Oh, let's see. Doji in third place.
Congratulations.
Second place.
Congratulations, Karma Decker.
And then Srinyangzum.
Yeah. What happened to Ganesh?
What happened to Ganesh? Ganesh.
Congratulations.
Wow. I was about to say Ganesh, Manoj.
Yeah. I know. Congratulations. Now, Miss Chering Yangzo or Mr. You have to turn on your thing.
Camera, please.
Video, camera, say something about it. If you're not there, then it will go to Karmadenkar. So please,
Yes.
number one. Chering Yangzo.
Oh, so you are real. Manoj.
Come back, Queen. I
Yeah,
think.
Manoj, I'll let you take over. Yep.
Yes. So, Ms. Chering, if you have to say something, just let us know where are you from and all. Your mic is muted. Can't hear you. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Hello everyone. I'm from GCIT Galpushing College.
Oh, last. If you could kindly share your number and your detail in the chat as well. Our chair is taking note of it. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
I hope the 5G will come soon in Gelpushing so that you can use that 5G phone. Congratulations once again.
Congrats.
Ata, back to you, Ata.
Okay. So everyone, I guess it's quite late at our end too. It's almost 9 p.m. here. It is 9:02. The lab, I'll try to fix that router 10 on jump host 2, but after that, we'll keep the lab open for tonight. So please feel free to complete your labs. Maybe at your end, Manoj, what is it? 3:05 in Bhutan?
3:05. Sorry, 3:05. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there.
Been a long day.
Been a long day. So please try and complete the labs. I apologize for whatever stuff up there was with the lab infrastructure. This shouldn't have happened, but it happened. It's fixed. I'll try to fix that router 10 on jump host 2. And after that, I think me and Warren's still in the office. He just wrapped up NetSec. I think we will have to go home and prepare for tomorrow too. Manoj, did you take a class photo or something? Oh, yeah.
No, Ata, we want to take it right now.
Okay, let's do that. And
Manoj. Yes, Ata.
Just a sec. Let's ask people to do the survey. All right, everyone, I'm going to share a survey with you guys. Please be honest. I guarantee you Dave won't lose his job. This is purely for us to improve the lab content. So I'm sharing that on the Zoom chat. Can you quickly give 5 minutes of your time, complete this survey, let us know how Dave was, how the content was. Dave reports to me. I guarantee you no one is getting kicked out. So be honest, please. And then after that, let's take a quick group photo, right? Arpan, Mr. Chair. Shit, Arpan looks fairer than usual. Is it the lighting or? Let me see if my lighting, no, I still look brown or red.
Old laptop camera, that's why. Yeah, last. So while you're filling up the feedback form, if you could all put on your camera so that we can take picture, screenshot basically. So we have 2 screens. We request everyone who can put on their camera. We will wait another 2 minutes so that everyone can put on their camera.
Take a screenshot of the first screen. I'll hover onto the second.
Okay, so but it might be different.
Compiled. Can everyone turn on the camera?
Your screen, my screen might be different.
Show me yours. How many rows was this column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, same. Let me do it. Okay, you do it. Mute your mic, please. Can everyone turn on the camera, please? As a sincere request, so that all of us can take a picture. Sempre on any.
Yeah, bye. On the
On Pyomo. Sunita.
yeah, how are you guys? Yeah.
Wait, na charo boga ichu to section any. Bani nam kuch holo ko iska.
Yeah, they are very, very shy. Yeah. Always talking like a barking dog.
Hema Wangdi, what's up? You okay?
Okay,
All right,
so
Arpan.
in the first screen, Sonam Penjor, Ian Tenjam, so Kilechoki and Namgesari. Only your camera is turned off and Sonam Hunso as well. So maybe in the count of 5, if you could put it on. Okay, so Sonam Hunso is back. This is the first screen. Second screen, I'll name you all. So I think we have to take whatever is there, Mola, instead of.
Yes, sir.
So you in another 30 seconds, to Mola. If you could give us your best pose. Okay, where's my screenshot? Okay, ready? The first screen, 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay. On, please wait.
Ganesh, you got to smile, Ganesh. That's a very I know you lost out in the last question. Sorry about that, Ganesh, but that was a good try, honestly.
Okay, now the second again. Okay, we have more blanks, but still it should work. Second now we have Mr. Jampa Chora, Tole Lam, and everyone. So ready? 1, 2, 3. A big cheers. Okay, I've taken 2 photos.
Hi.
Yep, I managed to. Yeah, I think that's it. Last, Atush, to you.
Yeah, Manoj, thanks. I really don't have anything to say, but yeah, let me fix that. Whoever is router 10 on jump host 2, I'll fix that. I'll give a shout out. But most importantly, I think from my side, special thanks to Manoj, special thanks to Sonam Penjo for helping out. And the btNOG folks just disappeared. But I think, I don't know, Manoj, I want to do this. For those of you who are attending this workshop, right, nothing happens by magic. These people who are at the back end hidden, they have been arranging this, working this out for last couple of months. We need more people, so please reach out to Manoj, Arpan, or anyone if you want to volunteer from next year, please. This year you got the help, maybe next year you guys want to be involved so that the next gen can also be helped, the other group, right? And these are all volunteers. They don't get anything. They have a day job. They need to free up their weekends or their evening times for this kind of work. So from my side, a big thanks to the btNOG core team who are hidden at the back, Manoj, Sonam, helping out with this labs and the tutorial. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Atta. Thank you for that. Even Atta yourself, despite the time zone that we are in, you're still helping us. And also, I just wanted to show around. We have Pratima here. We have Alisha, and we have Bharat here. No problem. So, and rest of us are already here on NMMM. So thank you from all of us out here. Chair, if you'd like to say anything.
Tomorrow, please attend the btNOG conference, the main day, and we'll announce all the quiz winner by the end of the day tomorrow. We'll also mention the pickup point for the gifts. And thanks a lot for the participation, everyone. You also have to take out time to participate, get permission from your supervisors to spare some time for the event. So thank you very much for actively participating. We were not actually really anticipating this active participation from everyone, but we were wrong. This time we're very happy that the tutorial went successful, the first time in btNOG. And thanks to Tatashi, Warren, and Dave for coordinating the whole tutorial sessions. It was done perfectly fine, except for a few glitches with the labs. But overall, I would say it went very nicely. And like Atatashi said, we are really looking for some proactive volunteers. If you guys want to volunteer as a btNOG coordination team, please reach out to any of the current team members, and then we will, we'll see what we can do. But definitely we'd like more proactive volunteers. I'm emphasizing on the word proactive because that's what we're looking at. All right, thank you very much, everyone. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Arpan is this year's chair. So Arpan, thanks a lot for this. All right, back to the labs, folks. Jump host to router 10, is it? Sonam Penjor, router 10. I
Yes.
fixed that. Yeah, Katpu, SSH is fixed. Can you please access whoever is on jump host to router 10? Who is on that one? EVFO?
Jamba.
Jamba. Yeah, Jamba, your router is accessible. Now let me go and fix Sonam's router 17. Sonam, are you already on a separate router or do you want me to go fix that? Sonam, jump host to router 17. Do you want me to fix that or not?
He wants you to fix his router.
Okay, I'll fix his router. Man. All right. Why? I just need to find out why these things are missing. Some are okay. So let me do a crypto key. Generate RSA. I'll go a bit aggressive because I want to enable two. All right, and let me exit out. Sonam is 17. 17. From Sonam's machine, access the router. One. Sonam, can you try now? It should be fixed. Router 17, jump host 2. Sonam, can you confirm if you can access it? Sonam, can you please confirm if you can access it?
Nanadang.
Nanadang. Wah, hanik malah ko Sonam hangti ya.
Yeah, mic one.
Lah. Dikpe. Ibi choko gat po omchang bracha mo omchang before I leave.
Mancha.
Manchani. So it was router 10 and router 17. Me.
17.
Yeah, Gatpu. Sorry, I once again apologize, folks. It shouldn't be like this, but hey, things happen. Hey. Why is this issue TRG server? Who is that? Who is TRG server on Discord? Oh, Tularam. Okay, Tularam. Can you turn on your mic? If you can, let's chat. I see your Discord message. You have that similar issue. Can you use the command that I gave to Damche? Can you use sudo move?
Okay, sir. It's working now. So I use same command and it's resolved now. So I'm yet to done.
Okay. So all the best with your labs, Tularam.
Oh, thank you, sir.
That's all. So before I leave, can everyone please confirm on jump host 1, you have no issues that you had previously, right? Especially Ganesh, things okay now? Tularam just confirmed he's okay, Ganesh? All okay, thank you, Ganesh. So Tashidiki, all good? Thank you, Tashi. Pema Wangdi, you were quite active that time on the camera. Pema, everything okay at your end? Pema. Okay, I'll assume jump host 1 is okay. Jump host 2, Gatpu, any issues that you have heard from anyone on jump host 2? Jamba, now you have your router. Sonam has your router. Ishichoden, Tenzin, Sringtopge, any issues before I leave? Manchadam? Okay, okay. Hante Gatpu, I Manoj Nachinga, can I leave now?
Leave granted lata.
La.
Leave granted.
Yeah, because tomorrow we have a long day, don't we, again?
Yes. Yes, Lata. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for staying up so late.
Warren just told me he has a webinar at 3 a.m. So Warren, yeah, let's go home.
That's responsible.
Here is Warren now. He's right there.
Now I know why his hair is blue. He doesn't sleep. 3 a.m. he has another webinar.
Not really. Warren is trying to run through the Apinic colors. You see Apinic has the blue color.
Up in purple.
Yeah. Let me turn on my background. You guys will have a fair picture. There you go. Our backgrounds is purple. Warren had purple. Our background is blue. Now he's back to blue. What green is probably the next one left, right?
Not yet.
Not yet.
How about pink?
No, but
When you get a chance to come to Bhutan, you should get your hair colored yellow and orange.
Oh, yeah.
Flag, yeah.
I'm trying to find someone that can do the images in the hair,
Yeah.
shave it in the back, and then I can get it colored to the flag. So it's in the back of my head.
Yeah, so that you make it okay.
Atatashi,
I get in trouble because some countries seen as disrespect.
Not for us. Yeah, Arpan, yes.
once you're off the Zoom, quick offline chat on WhatsApp, right?
Okay, no problem. So Manoj, Sonam, I'm handing it to you guys. I'm sorry, the backend. I don't think the backend should break anymore. So Manoj, Sonam, okay for me to shut myself down?
Lata. Yes, Lata, definitely. Thank you so much.
Dikpe, in terms of host, who is the host so that I don't just shut down for everyone?
We are the co-host, and I think Arpan, he's the host, right?
Okay, that means I can shut it down for myself and leave the meeting. Have a good night, everyone. Any questions, please ask Manoj, please ask Sonam. They are your local gurus there. So, and about the questions on the document before I leave, I'll keep answering them. I was trying to answer them during the btNOG PC call as Dave was teaching. So please throw questions, please. There's no stupid question, please. Keep throwing questions. We'll keep answering them. At least helps you. Good night, Sonam. Take care. Manoj, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Atta. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. So guys, if you have any follow-up question, you can always write to btNOG. We are there. Right now we are here. If you're doing labs, just let us know.